It don't matter the color of the skin, either woman or man. Just let the case land here in some safe hands. This is God work, not a fake plan. He is being found in these lakes, man. This is MTGV.
This channel may
and
feature
you with
copyrighted
Miss V.
video and
She
audio
keep her ear
content
to the
under the
straight
guidelines of
to
fair
a
use
beat.
permitted by copyright
This is the
statute
place
for
that you
purposes
wanna
such
be.
as
But all
criticism,
trolls we
comment,
delete,
news
you better
reporting, teaching,
believe. Just
scholarship,
so
and
you know
research.
we
All
don't
content
know.
and
For
credit go to
those
the
that's
original creators.
taking these
No copyright
souls, we
infringement is intended.
know. But it's getting so out of control. Just so you know we don't go. For those that's taking these souls, we know. But it's getting so out of control. Thank you for tuning in to MTGV, True Crime TV. Y'all know what it is, man. Team Vibe, Miss V. And make sure you hit that like button. Make sure you subscribe. And make sure you leave a comment too.
Please do.
Yeah. We're gonna see.
Shout out to everybody in the building and everybody on the replay. Y'all, please smack that thumbs up as you come in and subscribe to the channel if you have not. A lot of people are not subscribed. So we have a lot of stuff to talk about, man. It is a lot of moving parts with this case. There's a lot of lawsuit threats going out. Now, we know that the mother had talked about, a lawsuit coming up asking them to save everything and things like that. And we'll get a little bit more into it, but I wanted to go over this article that I just noticed when I was walking up in here. Shout out to Dr. Doc in the building. How you doing, fam? Say his name, Nolan Wells. Shout out to everybody in the chat and everybody in the bushes. Drop down and let me know who's here. Welcome in, Mabel. Mabel O'Neill in the building. Welcome in, fam. Shout out to Miss Barbara in the building. How you doing? Good to see you here. They know something. Exactly. And the thing that trips me out the most is like the threats against content creators. It's like they don't want us to believe our lying ears, right? And what we heard on that audio that was released from them, the dispatch audio of the CETO people. I'm not sure exactly who released it on their end. But shout out to Gretchen in the building. They might know and just dance on a birthday. Shout out to Gretchen. Shout out to my member in the building. So yeah, as we get started, y'all, just please smack the thumbs up. Support the content with your thumbs up. And I also have a goal set. And if we reach that goal, I will go live tomorrow. Shout out to my Renaissance grandma. How you doing, fam? Shout out to Love Breezy in the building. Thank y'all for dropping down in the chat. And shout out to my mod, Bronze, in the building. And please share this out, y'all, by hitting the share button, going to create posts, and at MTGV Crime Podcast, and I will see it. And if I don't forget, I will definitely shout y'all out before I end. Yes. And let me get into that, because I'm looking at an article coming from TMZ. And so I haven't even read it yet, and I haven't seen anybody talking about it. But one of the first things that I noticed on here was something being said about that picture that is circulating, saying that it's Bart and Katie on this picture. So let's get into it. This article is coming from TMZ, July 29, 2026, at 10 a.m. And then it was updated again at 11:10. And it says a family of Nolan Wells is lawyering up amid a wave of online speculation, denying a viral photo shows him with a woman. Some social media users are attempting to link to Nolan's unaliving, which is Katie, right? So I seen this post going around from a Russell Latino. Looks like he's a lawyer, and he's offering his services to anybody that want to let me read what he said too. But I'm not gonna. I'll read this article first. So, attorney Russell Latino says the old high school photo does show Bart Edmondson Jr. with a young female, but insists she is not Katie McCormack or McCormick. I think it's McCormack. At least that's what it says on Facebook as far as her sister. But the woman on social media, a woman social media user, have attempted to romantically link to both Bart and Nolan. A woman social media users have attempted to romantically link to both Bart and Nolan. Latino says Bart has never dated Katie and did not even know who she was before Nolan's demise. Latino also flatly denies the notation that Bart unalived Nolan or contributed to his unaliving in any way. Now, we know Bart's name came up because of Warren's interview, and he brought up Bart, and he was actually trying not to bring him up in some of the interview, because I caught like where he barely clipped out the name and you could hear Bart. So for whatever reason during this interview, they were taking out certain names that he was saying, and I found Bart to be one of them. And he also mentioned his buddy coming in town, and he left and went to McDonald's that day with him and hooked his boat up and all of this stuff. And I do believe that he was talking about Bart. Another thing about Bart, his name is on like the incident report, because I believe one of the boats out there, he was the owner of. Okay. So everything I talk about on here is alleged, okay? Everybody is innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. All right. So what they're saying is that this guy Bart has never dated Katie, and we know that a lot of people is going with that, and so I really don't know, but we got to be careful how we report this, because everybody about to get sued is what it's looking like. So Latino also flatly denies the notion that Bart unalived Nolan or contributed to his unaliving in any way. His lawyer says Bart helped a boat in distress and has fully cooperated with investigators, providing access to his boat, the GPS, and phone, and now plans to sue people spreading what the family calls wholly fabricated claims. In addition, Latino said Bart received a credible death threat yesterday because of the made-up speculation. A credible threat. He said the FBI, state, and local law enforcement have all been notified. Yeah, and that ends that. Wow, what do y'all think about that? Let me see what y'all saying in the chat. Shout out to Mouthpiece in the building. How you doing, fam? Salute Miss V and the whole MTGV family. Okay. He comes from a family of football players. His dad played for Florida Gators and now is an anesthesiologist. Yeah, I ran across a chart that pretty much put allegedly everybody that was on the boat on one form, naming like every career that their parents have and stuff like that. So I did see that. Yes, please hit that like button and share it out, fam. I definitely would appreciate that. Laura says, hi, I'm from Nashville, Tennessee. Well, even if he did date that girl, he still was on the boat. He still was on that boat. He also have that video of one of them body slamming first hit. Oh, I seen that video, and I hadn't seen the slamming of the video yet, but to me that part of it looked fake, and I'm not sure who that is in the video, but I hope they get that to the bottom of it, because there's a couple of videos circulating like that. And I can't say that that's Nolan myself, but whoever it is, it need to be reported to the right people. But so yeah, it's a lot of lawyering up going on. And so my thing is, we did hear, or it definitely sounded like we heard damn it Bart, right? So then in connection with that being said and what he said on these interviews, this is where people come in at. And so I don't know who dated who. Only thing we really want to know, we want to get down to the bottom of what happened to Nolan, because something happened and we believe that people know what happened to him. It's pretty hard to believe that nobody knows. And because there's so many shady things that happen, the things that we could hear in the background before anybody even took out anything in that video, if you listen to the one that they released themselves, and it's on a news channel. I don't even remember the name of the news station that is on, but you can hear the background, and it was a lot going on. But pretty much it just sounds like they want us to not believe our lying ears. I mean, everything can be made out, but some things can without any manipulation of it, without anybody taking out anything. And then the mother is being threatened. That's another thing that I'm seeing. And that's pretty sad. But I'm gonna see if I can find the letter that this attorney wrote prior to me even knowing that he was actually Bart's attorney. I don't know if somebody, because he appeared to be somebody that was just offering his services online, right? And then, I mean, basically for free. He was like, they country gonna be ruined if they don't get a hold of this right now, pretty much. But let me see what I could find here. Take that off. And he's talking about Nancy Grace and everybody else too. I need to find this original. Hold on. So what I can see is he says, if you transcribe words on top of decipherable noises that were originally layered with music before enhancement, the subconscious begins to hear the words you're reading. This is not Russ's deflection. There's science behind this. Well, when I listened to it, I wasn't reading words and I could still hear what I could hear, but then it was some people put words on top of it and you couldn't necessarily make them out, but the words did help. Like, oh, I do hear that word. It kind of helped, but you could still hear it. Just like when they were saying that in that audio, the first audio that was released, when you could see the people standing outside of the beach or whatever, and you could hear the argument, right? Everybody, once they did start talking about what that audio was actually saying, a lot of people said that it was saying, give me my effing keys back. Like, that's what Ben Crump said. I never heard that. And I did a video and said, this is what I hear. It wasn't nothing about no keys. And so that was another thing, like during these interviews, why didn't he ask that question? Why didn't he ask him, what did you hear? You know what I'm saying? Why didn't he say that? What did you say in the audio that everybody thinks that you're saying this? Shout out to Eric. Thank you for the $5 super chat. What up, V and MTGV family? I'm getting their all liar vibes out of this case, and it pisses me off. Salute, though. Yeah, shout out to you. Thank you for helping us get closer to our goal. I definitely appreciate that. And yeah, a lot of us feel that way. A lot of us feel like it's a bunch of lies and a bunch of cover up because of what they did in the beginning. We can't unsee that. Everything that they did, as far as according to the mother, she says that she didn't know where his phone was at and it had to be tracked. Then it was a big issue with the phone once they did get it back. I mean, trying to get the phone and the keys, it was just like a bunch of issues and people calling the police, and you know what I'm saying that they were being harassing and all of that, and I just don't get that. And then you heard when Warren did his interview how he explained what happened that day. So you could, I mean, it was definitely some stuff going on, but he wasn't even there. He just explained it from what he was told, which is no different than what they accusing us of doing, I guess. But anyway, shout out to Kathy Harris. The fan fiction behind this story is crazy. Yeah, I heard that before, Kathy. I don't agree. Well, I guess I could hear it a little bit. But LOL, y'all need to stop. Joe, you need to get out my chat if you got a problem with the story. I mean, we talking over here about what we talking about. If you don't want to hear it, keep it moving. Nobody's holding you here. But for everybody in the building, y'all, please smack that thumbs up as you come into the channel. And let me get into, I guess, let me pick something. One of the interesting things, I didn't watch all of the interview with the ops, the frenemies, because they are definitely, in my opinion. Now, who is the black guy that seems to be trying? In my opinion, they are not friends of Nolan at all. I mean, you can tell that when Warren was talking, he couldn't even talk about Nolan without mentioning the friend group. So I already said that I believe that Warren is really friends with Jax, the one whose house they stayed at. You know how you can be friends with one person, but it's a group of y'all, they're more friends than you. It's like one person bringing all their friends together. You might not be cool with that friend, but y'all all connected to this one person, and that puts y'all all in one group. And so therefore I believe that Warren is more at a distance to is more people, it's a person that they both cool with, that each of them is probably close to, but they're not as close to each other, if that makes sense. I mean, I've had friends like that. You know, your best friends friend other people, bring more people in, and you might like that person, or you might just tolerate that person because your best friend likes this person, right? So I'm sure somebody know that. But Warren came out and said this was his best friend, and that just didn't flow out right to me. You know, no tears, no stories of what they been through as kids, or no, you know, when they asked if he asked to say something different or tell us something about Nolan that we can't pull up online. You know, I just didn't hear really nothing besides when he mentioned something about going to the Waffle House, and he said that he had never been over his house. He really didn't know his parents like that. But then he said the father would come up to White Tower or I think it was White Castle. No, Waffle House. He would come up to the Waffle House and sit with them or something, but he didn't seem to still know the father. So that kind of, I didn't get that quite all the way. Like, what was that? It was probably I don't know, John. Why would you say that, sir? Why would you instantly go there? You people are so desperate. Man, wait a minute. Do I got any mods up in here? Because I see they tripping right now. But what I'll do is I'll play where I heard it from, because I just can't find it right now. I will play that part and we'll just listen to her. I heard it from Plunder as far as the lawyer.
like snapping screenshots and screen recording.
Hold
I think
on.
some people have deleted stuff already. They might have gone online July 5th, 6th, whatever, started popping off at the mouth saying whatever, and then it's like, whoa, and they start deleting stuff, but sometimes the damage is done. You know, doxing people, just putting full addresses out there, whatever, on YouTube, I mean, in front of millions. But here's the details of Russell Latino's background, law background. I put his Mississippi bar number up there, and he had private practice. He worked as an attorney with this law firm. He's the founder of this Magnolia Tribune, but he also practiced in Mississippi, specializing in commercial and constitutional litigation.
Okay, so let me see if I could read this now. Or at least a little bit of it. It says, if now this is coming from Russell Latino, July 25th at 1:52 p.m. He said, if you see anyone saying or implying that any one of Nolan Wells' friends are unalivers, that they were or are certain Wells was murdered, will you please take a screenshot of it and send it to me? If Wells's friends are ultimately exonerated, I can barely see it. Let me turn it this other way. Maybe I can see it better. Hold on. Okay, it's a little bit better. Okay, if you see anyone implying or that if you see anyone saying or implying that any one of Nolan Wells's friends are murderers, that they know or are certain that Wells was murdered, will you please take a screenshot of it and send it to me? If Wells's friends are ultimately exonerated, I plan on offering my legal services free of charge. No type of fees, to file a defamation lawsuit starting with a look at Al Sharpton, Ben Crump, Nancy Grace, and any media outlet that repeated their statements without any challenge. But I would not stop there. This prejudgment, factless bullshit has to end before it tears our country apart. Be skeptical, demand results, but you can't just accuse people of anything without evidence. This has nothing to do with Magnolia Tribune. This is Russell the lawyer, or this is Russ the lawyer. So that's why he said that. I didn't know. So something about Magnolia Tribune. I heard her say that. Okay,
so I'm like, oh, he probably knows the Constitution. This is what he posted a few days ago, July 25th, regarding gathering evidence for these lawsuits. He says, if you see anyone saying or implying that any one of Nolan Wells' friends are murderers that they know or are certain Wells was murdered, will you please take a screenshot and send it to me? I'm not naming any names, but I have seen plenty of people doing that. If Wells' friends are ultimately exonerated, and I was like, he doesn't really mean exonerated because they were never convicted of anything, but then I was like, maybe he does, because they've been convicted in the court of public opinion. So if it turns out there's evidence, let's say that they did nothing to Nolan criminally, you know, he's like, I plan on offering my legal services free of charge, no contingency or fee, to file defamation lawsuits. He wants to start with a look at Al Sharpton, Ben Crump, and even Nancy Grace, any media outlet that repeated their statements without any challenge, but I would not stop there. Now, I haven't seen, I will admit, Nancy say anything necessarily defamatory. I've just seen her kind of going over the audio, and then I fall asleep, so I don't know who said what. So I'm not saying this. This is what this attorney is saying. He's saying this is prejudgment, factless BS. It has to end before it tears our country apart. Be skeptical, demand results, but you just can't accuse people of anything without evidence. He's saying this has nothing to do with the Magnolia Tribune. This is Russ the lawyer. And I get it. I like what he says. Yeah, be skeptical and demand results. Like, for example, I saw somehow a little bit of that evidence out, I think, to media outlets. They had gotten the PDF, the GPS of the boat coordinates where the boat Nolan was on, you know, the places it went after it left Horn Island. So I put in a request, of course. You guys remember, I kept talking about it. I raced across town, spent $111 to overnight my $50 check there, a total of $161 to try and get this evidence. I kept bugging her like, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? You have it. I see UPS delivered it. Days later, the public records lady came back and was like, no, they prematurely released it, MDMR. They shouldn't have released it or whatever. And, here's a statement from the district attorney, her denial. And I was like, I wanted to let it go. I started praying about it. Then I wrote the appeal. Thank God for Gemini, with the help of Gemini. Like, look, you've already released it to certain media. It's not fair to not release it to other members of the media. That's when you are playing favorites. It's almost like now,
So she literally had to fight to get the information that's should be publicly available. And she was the first person that I seen that had the dispatch audio, and she was able to get it herself. It's some people that listen to Scanner Radio all day. You know what I'm saying? And some of these things that we learned came from that type of information.
That label of what I call you, But no, anyway, they accepted it, and then they released it, and then that's when, I started putting it up, TMZ, all that stuff. So we got it, we put it up.
So it's a lot of efforts being made by everybody. It's a lot of people trying to stop this information from being released, and it feels different than just, I'm gonna keep it by my vest. It has all of the ingredients that cases that I cover that never get justice. I mean, when they start out and say, it's a certain thing, or no foul play, or no foul play suspected, but we're still investigating, that the first part of it is the part that people have a problem with. And that is why the family seeked justice the way that they did. And I don't have a problem with it. Y'all, please help us get to 1,000 thumbs up. Y'all can definitely do it in here while we live. Okay, so let me pull up a video. Without showing all of this stuff off on the side. What are we doing here? Hold on. Now, had we not been told the whole time that Trayston was trying to get back on a boat, or the mother of the boat was trying to get him back off? Was this about Trayston and him getting into it with his girlfriend because a stranger got involved and told Trayston that he shouldn't be talking to his girlfriend like that? Or was this about Warren's brother? Now, the guy that's getting him off the boat, you can see that he has bruising on his back, like he's also been into it. But this guy right here that's yelling at everybody, he was in the water looking at the younger crowd. Okay, so let me uncover this right quick. I'm gonna play a couple of shorts that I released throughout the days or whatever, and this is one talking about, I was trying to figure out if this was, because we know during this interview Warren mentioned his little brother getting into a fight, and I had found this video and kind of linked it, and I think that this could be his brother. And then in the meantime, I'm gonna put up that chart that I just found. And it's not, I didn't put it together. I can tell y'all the source that I got it from, but it just had everybody on there that we already had heard was on the boat with them. And I'm not gonna say that Bart was on their boat either, because Bart had his own boat and the boats were right next to each other. So it could have been, it was three boats according to what Warren said. So you could hear, I'm sure they could hear each other. We'd be able to hear them all, So everybody wasn't necessarily in the same boat. I could hear a lot of bumping and stuff going on in the background too. Just talking about the audio that have been released. So let me do this. Not that.
Join Sleuth Nation membership and become a sleuth for special members emojis, special badges by your name, and sneak peek videos. Join Sleuth Nation membership and become a sleuth for special members emojis, special badges by your name, and sneak peek. Thank you for sharing me. Thank you for sharing me. Thank you for sharing me. For sharing me. For sharing me. For sharing me. Thank you for so much. Thank you for sharing me. Thank you. Please subscribe and press that notification bell and thumbs up. Please subscribe and press that notification bell. Wait, what?
More on the mysterious death of Nolan Wells. We're joined by his parents, Christine and Elmore Wansley, as well as their attorney, Ben Crump. And before we get started, first off, I want to thank you for being here under these circumstances. I know how extremely tough it must be. And we can express how sorry we are for you and your family. And first question, how are you two holding up?
Taking it second by second.
Hold on, yeah.
Second by second and day by day, which we all can understand. And I just want to ask you, the friends that Nolan traveled to Horn Island with, they say that he stayed behind voluntarily. Why would he stay behind?
That we cannot answer. I can't fathom why he would.
I don't know why he would. We always taught him to, if you go with a group, you stay with a group. Mm-hmm. Even when he was in college, he would say, Dad, well, we're going to ride down to a party or something in another city. So I was telling him, look, if you go with 5, you come back with 5. Do not separate from your group. Because I always say safety is in numbers. Mm-hmm. And he always said, yes, sir. So he knew to stay with his group. So why would he split from his group? I don't know.
So that would have been unusual for him to split from the group. Yeah. And you said he would always check in with you. Did he check in with you that day?
So that day, no, I don't. But of course, too, they were on the boat. And usually when he is out there, which it's not uncommon, he's, I think, since last year, he's been going there occasionally with his friends. And so it would always just be like, hey, Mom, I'm back type of thing. But this time there was no call or text from him. It was from his friend.
And then too, really didn't worry a lot about it because it was his last weekend to have fun. Yeah. Because that Monday he had to report to school. We was preparing to take him back for camp to prepare for the season. So, we understand he wanted to have his last little hurrah before he locked down and get ready for the season. Because like I said, the entire summer he's training. He got more serious. He started to understand what I was trying to tell him about. Football not just being fun, but as you get farther in it, it becomes a business. If you want to excel, and you have to understand, and you have to understand both at the same time.
And we know, Ben, that you said that you're going to do an independent investigation.
Yes.
And you said you have Nolan's cell phone and messages were deleted. How could you tell messages were deleted?
Well, his parents got the phone back, and that's something that's important, Michael, because they track this phone on Life 360.
So Life 360, but when I received the phone call from Warren, I immediately called my friend Tashima and I said, hey, have you guys seen Nolan? Because her 2 sons, Jalen and Javon, they grew up together. They played City League sports together. When they got into school, they played sports together. And so she was like, hey, okay, the boys were pulling up the location from Snapchat. So the Snapchat location looks completely different than the Life 360 location. So when I pulled up Life 360, it was different. It was showing everywhere the phone had been. I was like, well, it's showing that he's back on land. He's like, but no, he didn't come back with us.
Well, how were you able to get the phone?
So we tracked it and my friend Tashima went and picked it up.
It wasn't like they said we got his phone, they tracked it. And that highlights all these contradictions, Michael. The fact that they said Nolan was talking to a young woman and she said that he said, I'm going back to get on the boat with the boys. The boys said that he said he was going to stay with her. And so that's an obvious contradiction. And then this video of this, you can hear an argument going where Nolan is saying, give me my freaking phone. What are you freaking doing? And so then his phone ends up missing. I don't know any teenagers, Michael Strahan, who says, if you believe that story, I'm gonna stay behind and I'm gonna leave my phone. I mean, no young person leaves their cell phone. And so then there's so many things their parents were telling us about, even why didn't his body wash up with the tide on Sunday? Why would it come on Monday? It's not adding up. And that is the problem when you think about the history of Mississippi.
Yeah, so there's so many questions that need to be answered. And is there anything you'd like people to know about Nolan? What would you like them to know about your son?
No,
It's okay.
Nolan, take your time. Nolan was very loving. He was liked by all. It was not a friend he couldn't make.
No, we'll be right back with more for the parents of Nolan Wells and attorney Ben Crump. We're back now on GMA with the parents of Nolan Wells, Christine and Elmore Wansley. And I want you to please continue to tell us what you want the world to know about your son.
So Nolan was just like this bright light, right? Walk into a room, his smile, his energy was just so infectious. Like it's almost like he drew you into him. And he was just one of those people, like he always wanted everyone to be included. He didn't want anyone to feel left out. I remember one of his teachers emailing us. I can't remember what grade he was in, but basically it was math class. They had a special needs student and she asked a question and Nolan got everyone to put their hands down because he wanted that student to answer. And so the student answers the question and she was like, Christine, the classroom, Nolan went crazy and everyone else started going crazy, just celebrating that child. Mm-hmm. Making them feel included. And that was the person he was. Like he loved everyone. And I always told Nolan, like, you have to be careful when you have such a big heart like that. I love that God blessed you with that, but you have to be careful with that because that it's not always returned, that type of love. But he was just genuinely a good person. Like I always say, all the best parts of me are with him.
Mm. And Dad, anything else you want to add?
It's just, he's going to be really missed. I know a lot of his teammates, they all look to him as a leader. He's more like a silent leader. Not real big on words, more action, which is kind of like I was. I really wasn't real big on talking. I really wanted to show you and you follow me, and people follow him. And it's gravitated. He put in the work, he worked hard, and he knew he was focused on what he wanted. And he wanted to make life better for, his family. He wanted to have his own family. He used to say, Dad, I want to do this, I want to do this, I want to build this. I said, well, son, you got to take it one step at a time. Slow down, let's go, let's walk this thing out. Let's train, let's sign our deals, let's make these teams, make these camps, put the work in, and everything else will work out. Even his baby brother, their bond got even stronger because now I have a big brother that he's finna do something. So now I want to outdo that. So his focus and his confidence has got even better. So I was looking forward to both of them having outstanding years.
Seasons,
it seemed like he inspired in the home and he inspired outside of the home. And Attorney Crump, where do we go from here? What's next?
Well, the deleted messages that Christina was going to briefly touch on, we want to get the phone and figure that out.
Backtrack on that. When we finally got his phone, me and my sister went through the phone. We went in his Snapchat. He had 2 accounts, absolutely nothing. It wasn't even 24 hours, which is how long videos and pictures stay in Snapchat. And I was just like, that can't be. Like, I've seen Nolan whenever he snaps, like when he goes and he's having fun, like he does videos. Like, there was absolutely nothing, no saved videos. And even my sister was like, yeah, that's suspicious,
Michael,
you know.
We having an independent autopsy done at the behest of his family. Colin Kaepernick helped pay for the independent autopsy. We flew his body up from Mississippi to D.C. because they wanted an autopsy done by a person with no interaction with the Mississippi law enforcement, because there's an issue of trust here that is really important. And the fact that they keep trying to say, well, suggesting it was a drowning, but nobody out there reported him drowning, it's not adding up, Michael Strahan. It is not adding up.
And honestly, we are doing this because at the end of the day, I would hope any parent would fight for their kids to find out if anything happened, what did happen. So we just want honesty and transparency. We want a thorough investigation. We want that same respect that would be given to anybody else, and that's it. We just want answers.
Well, we really appreciate all of you being here. We hope you get the answers that you deserve to have, and we hope you get the closure that you need. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you so
Thank you,
much.
Mike.
So one of the things I wanted to say is some really disgusting things that they said about the family.
So there's a new picture circulating with Katie.
You know, as far as it seems like, now I didn't listen to it, but we gonna listen to it now. The Trayston interview, I heard bits and pieces of it, but to me, he had his arms folded. He was very guarded. He was like hugging himself and defensive to me. And I just felt like they kind of shaded the parents, you know, both him and Warren, to me, because Warren pretty much said that they lied. I mean, he didn't use those words, but he tried to make it seem like he did not tell her about the phone, you know, and we just heard what they said. They had to track his phone, but Warren was the first one to call her, call the Coast Guards. And I just found what he said was kind of, it wasn't what she said, because he said that he called the Coast Guards after talking to her and talked to them for 20 minutes. And I remember it being said he called the Coast Guards at 11, because it's some document going around saying that they were called at 11, but they never went out. And then she said that he called her at 11:07. So I don't know which is true, right? It's a bunch of conflicting things being said. Shout out to my BFF in the building. Yes, y'all, please smack that thumbs up and subscribe to the channel if you have not. How you doing, BFF? Let me see. And shout out to Mouthpiece. Shout out to my moderators. And I see shout out to Aaron for the 2 jewels, the 100 jewels, and shout out to Aaron again for the flower 30 jewels. So thank you. I appreciate your support, fam. Okay, and then the NAACP will suffer consequences for their crimes against humanity. I don't know nothing about all that. All I see is them fighting for justice. That's pretty much what they were formed for. I mean, we see what's going on. Like, it's a lot of protection going on here. Like, we can't act like we don't see that. It is. Like, it's not, the information is not forthcoming like it should be. In our opinion, the autopsy and all of that stuff should have been out if it was just a simple drowning. Like, that's what people want to believe. That's where they want us to just hang our hat and leave it there. I see you, Mouthpiece, dropping them good members emoji. Shout out to you. And then BFF said, thank you, Black Warrior. Shout out to Black Warrior in the building. Keep doing your thing, Miss V. I gotta head back to work. Justice for Nolan. Thank you for stopping by. Them boys, YT boys, what happened to the young brother? That's all we want to know is what happened to him, and we want justice, just like it would be for any Black person that did a crime. You know what I'm saying? It need to be across the board. And everything should be transparent and honest. And I know that I heard that they pretty much decided that they're not gonna release anything and as far as the autopsy and present it to the DA or something like that. So I guess we gotta wait. It's a waiting game. But something is, I mean, come on, you can't fool everybody all the time. I heard what I heard on that dispatch audio before anybody touched it. Shout out to Mouthpiece for dropping that good $5 holla. He said he got 5 on it. He said you can't bring up crimes against humanity when people are doing inhumane things to people. Justice for Nolan. Lock their ass up. Period. Point blank. I mean, just like anybody else, you got to go to jail for your crimes. Taking somebody out, and for what? I mean, I don't know, man. It was a lot going on in that background. So if it's not what we hear, then maybe they need to explain what it is then. If it ain't what we hear.
Lock his ass up. Lock his ass up. You going to jail. You going to jail. Lock his ass up. Lock his ass up.
I'm with you on that, Mouthpiece. Okay, so let me play this short. Let me see. Now, okay, so I found this picture. I forgot what platform I was on, but this picture right here, you see her. It appears that she's taking the whole picture, right? So it also appears that she knows Nolan. Okay, if we are to believe that this picture is this picture.
So there's a new picture circulating with Katie, and it looks like she's been invited to the barbecue. And I also noticed that pictures have changed of her from the image we just looked at to this image I just put on the screen. Now, where lies lie, there may be the truth. Because why did they make it seem like Katie and Nolan didn't know each other? Allegedly, they all went to the same high school and graduating in 2025. And if you look back there where it's circled, that appears to be Nolan. Now, his face is covered, but it looks like Nolan to me. Why did they try to place Nolan with Katie last? Why would Nolan opt to stay with a female after a huge fight? According to Warren, there were 3 boatloads of them, possibly up to 30 people. That would mean he didn't have anybody to ride back with. They left from the friend's grandmother's home, and they came back together. So who was he riding back with?
Yeah, make it make sense. It don't. And it never will. So let me play the shorts that I had just recently did. We were trying to figure out the whole brother thing. Now, I don't know why. Hold on, y'all. It didn't refresh or something. I might mess myself up doing that, though. Hold on. Let's go over here. Let's see. Can y'all still hear me?
So there's a new picture circulating with Katie, and it looks like she's been invited to the barbecue.
Mic check, mic check.
And I also noticed that pictures have changed of her from the image we just looked at to this image I just put on the screen. Now, where lies lie, there may be the truth. Because why did they make it seem like Katie and Nolan didn't know each other? Allegedly, they all went to the same high school and graduating in 2025. And if you look back there where it's circled, that appears to be Nolan. Now, his face is covered, but it looks like Nolan to me.
Okay.
Why did they try to place Nolan with Katie last? Why would Nolan opt to stay with a female after a huge fight? According to Warren, there were 3 boatloads of them, possibly up to 30 people. That would mean he didn't have anybody to ride back with. They left from the friend's grandmother's home, and they came back.
Can you please smack the thumbs up if you haven't? Okay. Yeah, so we got 245 listening on the vertical with 120 some thumbs up. Can we get to 217? I see we got 217 in the building. I'm having all these issues. You can hear the background clearly. The girl wasn't Katie, but there was another girl in the background. Warren hit Nolan in the back of the head with the big rock. That's why the coloring on his head. Well, everything is alleged on this channel. I don't know who did what, but we know something definitely happened to him because he went on a trip and he didn't come back and everybody else did. Somebody got to know something. That's a fact. Somebody knows something. It was too many people out there for you not to know. Okay. Let me get to the video I want to go over. Hold on, y'all. Just too much. That's crazy. And the latest thing that was put out about Nolan is disgusting. Talking about he was on that snow bunny, whatever they call it now, China. I don't know, but I'm just like, what? So the drinking wasn't bad enough. They had to add that to it, and that came from Tatum. Okay, so I guess I kind of lost I'm getting it together, y'all. So I wanted to play this video that I did today. Hold on. Okay, it's still up there. In the newly released video, I noticed this guy who's standing here holding a toucan. Okay, let me know what y'all think about this. Okay, it's moving slow. Okay. That bootleg picture. I ran across the real picture of that too. I still didn't know what I was looking at. But this short I did earlier today. And so the question I was asking is this the same person? So in the chat, if y'all could tell me, is this Warren? I think it's Warren, but I'm not sure. I want to know what y'all think. In the newly released video, I noticed this guy who's standing here holding the two cans and he's talking to another guy. He looks to be Warren. Let me know what you think. Is this Warren in this video? And also take a look at the people in the video and the scenery and let me know what you notice. Leave it in the comments. It has been said that that is Nolan, where you see it circled standing by that boat. And also, I believe that this is Warren, but let me know what you think in the comments. Now, I'm not able to play the audio from this video because of the music, but I will break down what I can hear them say within this conversation. The guy in the blue shorts says, "No, you come here." Other guy says, "No." The guy in the blue shorts says, "Yes." And then it sounds like the other guy says, "My glasses are fucking broke." So I don't know who that guy is.
So this is where the boat is.
Oh shoot, wait, hold on, y'all. Hold on. Okay, we back. Let me make sure y'all can hear this. Mic check. Okay, we back. Let me make sure y'all can hear this. All right. Let me make sure y'all can hear this. Mic check. Okay, we back. This thing is so delayed. It's so delayed. Okay, all right, so I did want your opinion on the first video that I just had up, asking if that was Warren, and then I'm not sure who the guy was that he was talking to, but of course with Bart's name coming up, I was wondering if that was Bart, because whoever that person was that he was talking to, he seemed to be upset because what he was saying was, come on this boat. He wanted him to get on that boat, and the dude said no. And he seemed to be irritated. He said, it sounded like he said his glasses was broken, but he had glasses on his face. So I don't know what the person was saying, but that's what I heard. And I'd love to know more. The island, apparently there is a dark history with it. Yeah, definitely. I mean, slaves were on that island from what I'm understanding, and I have put up it's a federal land. I do know that. Yeah, definitely be respectful in the chat, or definitely get them up out of here, BFF. I just happened to turn over. I see you in both chats. So shout out to everybody tuning in. Whatever stream you tuning in to, please smack the thumbs up over there and subscribe to the channel. And welcome in Frugal Mama in the building. So Tracy, hey hon, can you please go block those distasteful people on the other live? Yeah, thanks for letting her know, because I had I be busy up here. I don't have time to babysit and all that at all. Hold on. All right. So I didn't see anybody. Well, I'm looking in a different chat. Maybe I'm looking at the wrong one. I didn't see nobody answer me about if y'all thought that picture was Warren or not, but I'll just keep going. Okay, so then this is Tatum talking about this video. Let's see what he got to say here.
So this is where the boat is at when they begin to become distressed.
So there's a newly circulating video that is said to be Nolan and his friends. And what I'm noticing is like 4 boats lined up here, or I guess you could say 3, because the boat that is recording this actual video. And so you see where the guy is standing in the blue shorts on the boat. And then there's a black guy with an afro in the water, pretty much equal with his behind. You could see the guy in the blue shorts and the guy kind of peeping up from the boat with the afro. That is said to be Nolan. So let's move it slowly. There are a lot of boats and a lot of people in the water. That looks to be Warren to me, right? The guy that's been doing the interviews. He's talking to a guy right there. I'm not sure who that is. Okay, so so that's pretty much the scene. And according to Brandon Tatum, he's saying that right at this spot, this is where they start taking in water.
So this is where the boat is at when they begin to become distressed. Right in this area. As you can see how close they are to the land. You can see where the coordinates were at. Right there. So when they're taking in water, when their boat is beginning to sink, because it's anchored, it's happening right there.
Okay, my coordinates are 30 degrees by 14.684 north, and then west by 88 degrees by 46.79.
Right, looks like you're on Horn Island, correct? Are you
yes,
on Horn Island?
Yes.
All right, is the boat sinking or you have it aground?
We were sinking, yes.
Is it aground is the question?
Oh, we're not aground. We are in 17 foot of water. We're in 31 foot of water.
So the coordinates that Wyatt gave to Vicky when the boat was sinking are in a shallow area of Horn Island. So it doesn't make sense. How is he sinking? He said his boat was in 17, then he said it was in 31 feet of water. But if you look at these coordinates, look at point 1 that I have here on this graph, this is shallow water. You can literally see the sandbar below. Now, point 2 is where the United Cajun Navy allegedly responded and was looking for Nolan. And then point 3 is where they allegedly approximately found Nolan. Now, we know he was more on the shore. But what doesn't make sense to me is why would they say they were sinking if the coordinates he gave weren't in an area that was sinking, right? Now, here's something else. Officer Race Batum Tatum is saying that the audio, you just hear what you want to hear. He's saying it's now been confirmed by TMZ that Nolan was still on the island when the boat left. But the reason everybody says, why would the kids say all this stuff? You know, Charles from TMZ says it, because if you listen closely, the minute Wyatt starts talking, everybody hushes up. Everything important was said before they realized that Wyatt is on that call.
There's a lot being said here, and I definitely can agree with some of it. But look at the water for yourself and the level that the water is at, judging by the people in the water. This is definitely not 17 to 31 feet of water. And you can also see that they could have pulled the boat to the shoreline if they were sinking. That's how close they were, if this is where they were. Yeah, so make it make sense. So it just seems like the interviews that they did, it didn't help what the theory that they trying to go with or what they trying to make people believe. Because I initially, when I listened to the footage, I said that I didn't believe that they were sinking. Okay, before any of all the stuff came out, I just felt like out the gate that was an alibi. Now this is my opinion, and these are not facts, and everything is alleged. But I didn't believe it. Like you can't piss and tell me it's raining. Okay, I mean I don't have to believe what you believe because I don't at all. So if this was where they were when they were sinking, they could have just walked, dragged the boat to the shoreline on the sand. Like, what are we talking about? Maybe this is why he couldn't say how much the water was coming up in the boat. He never answered that question. 10-4, they were hiding a crime. I think we might finally agree. Hey, you don't have to agree with me if you don't want to. That's for sure. I don't need nobody to agree for me to feel okay about what I'm saying. Miss V, what I don't understand, Jennifer, you better know it. Shout out to Rob in the building. How you doing, fam? So, Miss V, what I don't understand is how is the granddaddy is on the phone with the Coast Guards. I think Warren is trying to make an alibi for himself. And Bart, we want justice for Nolan and his family. Yeah, absolutely. Because, yeah, that was one of the things. Like, why? How did his grandfather get on the phone with the captain? Why they was on the phone with the dispatch lady? Like, how did he already know? Because he was like, I literally just got off the phone with the granddaddy, and I could have sworn when they said his name, he said Secret Service too, and I didn't get that part, but I noticed in the other audio, in some audio is out, they have taken the grandfather's name out, and in other audio you could find it. But yeah, I think that either they called the grandfather first and he called back, or they called him while Wyatt was on the phone with the dispatcher. But somehow the grandfather knew what was going on already, and that's the part. And then the other part is, where's that part of the phone call? Like, did he call him on his personal phone number? Because when he told the dispatcher to look the number up, he said, try using this number, try using his cell phone number. And so I'm just trying to figure out, like, yeah, do they, they say the boat community is pretty tight. I'm sure they know everybody. Everybody knows everybody. So, yeah, I don't believe the sinking thing. If this is where they was at, and according to Secret Service Sam, pretty much, I mean, their location did put them in this area, the same area that Nolan was found at. And I said that when I first did the video, when it first came out, I'm like, that's where they said Nolan was found at. But I just said that because they said he was found at the northwest tip. Then I had this little map showing me how the route that they had to take, and they have to go past that way. And it's like, then they know the water. Like, this is the part of the water they say that it could go from 3 feet of water or whatever. I forgot how many feet. A small feet to 200 feet of water. Like, because it's a drop off spot, and that's right where Nolan was found at. Like the guy, the United Navy, the Cajun Navy guy, he said that they thought, oh, nobody would be walking over here barefoot, and all of his cactuses is this, that, and the third. He was right there where all the bad stuff happened at, as if they knew exactly where to place him, so he would get swept away in the Gulf of Mexico some dang on where. But it didn't happen that way. And maybe people didn't suspect that the family would be out there on the water as quickly as they was. But I also heard Warren say that they went out there. Didn't he say that in his interview, that they went out there on the water as well? I do believe I heard that. And then this is the other video circulating.
Now, I don't know what this is supposed to prove, but this was posted late last night by Tatum. And it reads, breaking exclusive images shared of the Triton boat being towed by another boat after viral Seato dispatch call. Nolan Wells is confirmed to not be on board. Now, this confirms absolutely nothing for me concerning Nolan. We heard a lot of bumping around in that audio. They could have changed boats and changed people. Nolan could have been in one boat and put into another boat, or he could have stayed in that boat and they switched the people that were in that boat. I know I heard something like pick it up. So that alone tells me that something was being hauled or transferred. And furthermore, if these were the kids calling in, who going to jail? Because they was lit on that call. These kids look to be between 14 and 16. And where are the older voices and the multiple female voices that we heard? We don't see them on this boat. And
I do see 2 females over there off in the corner, one bending over, and there's one off closer to the guy on the edge.
And we don't see any boats around them. They had 3 people.
There's another one right there, kind of sitting. Is one here sitting, and there's one standing, bending over. But these kids are younger. So when I looked at this, and then when Warren came out and said that his brother was into a fight and all of this, his brother, it was groups of kids his brother's age. And that picture that they came out and showed when they said that it was a fight, it had just ended, it was 4:01. That proves that Warren them was still right there. That proves they were still there. The lady Anna C. Moore, who posted the first video that we seen where we heard the argument, right? We heard somebody yelling. Trayson ends up saying that that's him, which it do not make sense to me. That group of kids that were standing there, that was the younger group, I believe. And I don't have a picture to show y'all right now, but that's what it looks like to me. And so, surely this ain't the boat that called about the water, and they said they had 7 people on there. Wouldn't 7 people be too much for this boat? And then pulling the plug brings the water into the boat. It don't make sense. They wasn't thinking at all, given the coordinates as the same place where the body was at. I mean, it make sense. That's what I would like to see, since what everybody is saying, they're debunking it and saying it is not right, and be careful what you say and all this stuff. Make it make sense then. Tell us what y'all think.
3 boatloads of people with them. Where are they? And I can't help but notice on that phone call and in this recording, the reception seems to be okay, don't it? But one thing it does confirm for me is this. Remember when we were trying to figure out if this was Warren's younger brother who was involved in this fight? I don't see his brother's shorts on this boat, right? But what I do see is the young black kid in the red shorts on the boat. So that lets me know that the one that's being hauled away right now, that's Warren's brother that he spoke about on this interview. So now I'm wondering, which boat did he put his brother on? Which boat is he on? And most importantly, which boat or where did Nolan go?
So did y'all notice the black guy with the red shorts? I do believe that because I was trying to figure it out in another short. Then they released this video and I seen the red shorts. I'm like, wait a minute, that looks like the guy, because initially I thought that he could have been Javon's brother. And I'm not sure if they're twins, but they look to be Javon and Jalen. They look like they might be fraternal twins, or they a year apart or something, because they look the same age, right? So initially when I seen this video of they was into it, I thought that the black kid was Jalen or his brother, and it wasn't. But it's this guy that's on their boat. So it was a lot of them together. It was a big group of them. This is what I'm looking at. Do y'all see what I'm talking about?
And what did they do to piss this guy off? Let me know what you think about this in the comment section.
I had a girl come up to me and say, hey, your brother just got in a fight. And obviously, I have a younger brother, and that's who she was talking about. And I was freaked out.
He was freaked out about his brother being into a fight.
Did you have anything to do with Nolan's death?
No.
Do you have personal knowledge of someone directly in your friend group having anything to do with Nolan's death?
No.
Okay, so this is all rights to Officer Tatum. We gonna play it on the screen. I wanted to review this video and see what we can hear. I have not heard this video yet, so we gonna get into it.
Not at all.
So I saw you on television, you had an interview, and I felt like you laid out a few things that I think the world needs to know and be clear about.
Okay.
And the first one is the relationship that you had with Nolan. Can you explain?
Well, first I wanted to know, did he know that he was coming to an interview? Why do he look like he just got done rolling around in some construction dirt or something? Like literally, and he's sitting on like a white or cream couch. Like literally, he looked like he just got off of a work site. Did he not know that he was coming to do an interview? Or is this what they wanted him to look like?
Explain your relationship with Nolan.
Yeah, I will. So his mom got on TV, as everybody has seen, and said that she didn't know me. And man, that can't be farther from the truth. Me and Nolan, I met Nolan in 9th grade in our second block class. It was math. He was one of the first guys I made friends with. It was somebody I made a connection to. Like off rip, he was an athlete. I could tell he was an athlete when I walked into class. We sat really close to each other, and all he did, he turned around and asked me for a pencil when I first met him in 9th grade when I moved to Ocean Springs. Man, it was tough, and the relationship there has always been best friend in my eyes. I never wanted to take away how close somebody else was with Nolan, but Nolan was my best friend. That was.
Well, one thing I don't know if he's gonna say that like he spent the night over Nolan's house. Like just because he was cool with Nolan don't mean that his mother or parents would know him at all. So I'm waiting to hear that. Like, why do he basically calling the mother a liar? Why is he saying this? And why should she know him? Let's listen for that.
The guy I knew I could call at any point in time. He called me at 11 o'clock on the 4th to see where I was parked at. Man, me and Nolan have countless nights of him giving me advice on my girlfriend, on my life.
So he called him at 11 to see where he was parked at? Is that what he just said? Hold on.
Point in time. He called me at 11 o'clock on the 4th to see where I was parked at. Man, me and Nolan have countless nights of him giving me advice on my girlfriend, on my life in general. Nolan has been the only friend, and I love my friends and my best friend in this group of guys, but Nolan has been the only person that ever tell me like he's proud of what I've done. He's proud of how hard I worked. He's proud of me going overseas to go play ball. That was my guy. Like, that was my best friend.
Yeah. And so how does it make you feel when the media activists are coming out and alluding to the fact that you may have something to do with what happened to Nolan on that day?
Man, that hurts. It hurts.
Well, I mean, all of the stuff he just said, if you're going to call the mother and the mother parents a liar, then you should tell us something that shows that you are his best friend and that she should know you. But everything that he just said right there doesn't prove anything as far as her knowing him or not. You know, their relationship, him talking to her, giving him advice about the girlfriend, or him feeling like he can talk to him, nothing would make the mother know him from that. So I'm confused.
This is an understatement. I beat myself up every night I lay down. Beat myself up anytime it crosses my mind. Because in my head, if I wasn't drinking, if I didn't get into that altercation, maybe I would be able to do something. Maybe I would have known, saw something. Maybe.
Well, I'm gonna say this: that altercation that he got into, since he's saying that he got into that altercation, everything broke up after that. And according to Anna C. Moore, who posted the video, that was at 4:01 when she posted the video. So the fight was right before that, or right, like it probably just took her long enough to grab her phone, put it in record mode and all that, and she caught what she caught, which was like the tail end of it. So now we are to believe that Warren's brother was in a fight and Trayston was in a fight, and it was a third fight, right, with Nolan, because he ain't here. You know, something happened. That's a lot. Like, what? And where was the Coast Guards? Can anybody tell me that? Where were the Coast Guards? Because that one video, the latest video that I played, there was a guy that was talking to the guy that I thought was Warren, and drinks was being handed out by from that boat, because I seen a female handing them to some people that was in the water looking up at them.
You ought to tell Nolan, hey, man.
That was one of the spots.
And you're not going with that girl. Just come back with us. We're going back a little bit later. We can go meet up with the guys later. Maybe it just plays out different or something. Maybe I ought to tell Nolan, hey, man, you're not going with that girl. Just come back with us. We're going back a little bit later. We can go meet up with the guys later. Maybe it just plays out different. And then the fact that they're going to play that is I'm already trying to mourn my friend's death as is, and I'm blaming myself for it. To put that in my head is a next level of hurt that can't be truly explained, because it's hard to put into words. Generally, it's backstabbing from a sense of a community that I thought I had with my skin color, and they stay so strong together, and I'm supposed to be one of them, but I come up and I speak, and now I'm the person to blame. Now I'm not dark enough for them. I'm not black enough for them, and now I'm the issue. It doesn't.
That's something that's typically said. Like, what? That's something that you hear people saying, like, on social media or something. So what is he talking about here?
It doesn't make sense. In my head, it doesn't make sense.
Was Nolan, I mean, obviously you were in a friend group, but the way the media makes it seem is that almost as if Nolan was the only black person in this whole friend group. Now, they don't even mention you. They don't bring you up in this whole thing when it comes to, what happened at Horn Island. So what's your take on Nolan being, presented as like the only black kid in a group of all these white boys?
That's crazy, man. I know we've spoken a little bit, but that friend group that I'm a part of to this day was the first friend group I was in when I moved to Ocean Springs as a new kid coming in. I never knew any of them. I'd known one kind of, sort of, back from grade school because we went to the same private school together. But that was it. And him being the only black person, minority, any of that measure is insane. Our friend group is diverse from the max. Like, we have a mixed guy. I mean, we had Nolan in our friend group. There's an Asian a part of our friend group. There's a Latino that they're trying to perceive as white. He's truly authentic Mexican. His parents are from Mexico. They came over legally and they did everything right, and he's been here since. It blows my mind because our friend group is not a friend group that sees race. Our friend group sees what good you do for other people, what good you bring, and how the type of person you truly are.
The world sees race and color. I don't care what nobody say when they say that. Like, you have to know the difference in this world. Like, come on, look at history. It is a difference. Some people are better at it than others, but it is a difference. It is a divide. And I'm seeing more and more, coming from the top. But one thing that surprises me, like this whole live stream, that's why I'm like, he really comes off angry to me. And he's guarding himself the whole time. Like the whole, 45 minutes this was he His arms was folded the whole entire time, like somebody owed him something, or like he lost somebody that day. Like the family don't have a right to say things that they're saying or seek what they're seeking and how they're seeking it.
And where your morals lie. That's one thing in common. Me and my friends might not agree on everything, but our morals align. Our morals know. So for them to even make that narrative up really shows you have no idea what it's like down here on the coast. You have no idea how tight-knit Ocean Springs as a community is. You don't understand it. You don't see the thousands of kids in the high school football stands cheering their team on. Nobody cares what color you are. We're there to have fun and to just live. And that's how Nolan.
I don't agree, because if they were black, they would have been locked up. I mean, I'm going to just be honest. They would have been locked up. There's no way that they would be out or anybody would be protecting them in any way, shape, or form. You wouldn't hear none of these lawsuits. You wouldn't hear them not releasing anything. Like, look how, let's look at Carmelo Anthony and how swiftly everything went. We know that they could move in record time if they wanted to, right? They could speed this up as quick as Carmelo's trial and everything went. Like, that's the fastest trial, and like everything happened in damn near one day. I know it was a few days, but that was speedy.
That's how I live now. I'm grown up and I have more big boy stuff, but in high school, all I cared about was going to hang out with my guys. And I mean, on a personal level that leads off of it, is like, it got me in trouble with my girlfriend just because I want to be with the guys.
What?
I never once thought, man, they look at me different. Man, I'm kind of an outcast to them.
Most young boys, when they get a girlfriend, shoot, they boot up. You know what I'm saying? They might catch the guys every now and then, but they trying to get what, something they ain't used to.
No. All their moms have always welcomed me with open arms. Anytime I needed anything, I knew I could call them and their parents, and they would do anything in the world for me. So with Crump pushing this narrative, it's wrong.
Yeah,
it's completely wrong, especially about our friend group.
Yeah, I find it, especially after talking to you,
Crump is going off of what he's used to seeing in this. He's seeing the same order of things when it's a cover-up involved or something shady. And then you come to find out, as soon as we find out, somebody came right out and was like, oh, these are the kids of lawyers, doctors, physicians, judges. Like, whoever came out and said that. And then look at what we looking at. No arrests. I mean, they saying that they've been questioned, but nothing publicly, no pictures of them. It's social media that release pictures of them, images and stories about them. The authorities haven't released nothing yet. No foul play, nothing to see here.
Some of the guys that it seems like there was an agenda. But can you walk us through just your perspective from that day? I don't know if did you go with them initially? Were you a part of the group that went to Horn Island?
So I wasn't, clear that up. No, I was not on the boat with them. Yes, I was a part of the group that was supposed to go out. So the only reason why I did not go on the boat is I got begged to go, but my uncle, we also took 12 people out on our boat, not including us two, so 14. And my uncle knows the passengers wouldn't have helped. Generally wouldn't have helped with anything. With that many people on a boat, you need a little bit of help. So my uncle was like, hey, can you just ride out with me and you can go do your thing throughout the day on the island? I don't care. I don't need you. I just need help to get out there and then pick everything up. Because I know all these people are going to be drunk and they're not going to want to do the extras that nobody sees about going out on the boat, right? And so I told Wyatt that, and oops, my bad. But I told him, I told him that, and
so they not supposed to say names. He just said, I told Wyatt that. So that's so annoying. Like, they're purposely being deceptive to me and making you wonder who he's talking about. He said Wyatt, and then he apologized. So that's why you hear names being bleeped out, because they don't want the names to be said. Some of it they left in the names. They kind of messed it up, but clearly that's what it is. Taking out names and What was the point of not saying the names? We know of the names already.
And I told him everything, which was go to plan.
Well, I get it. If you got the names, then you can put the puzzle piece together a little bit better than if you didn't. Because you can be like, oh, wait a minute. Now he said this over here and there, like people doing.
We're leaving a little bit earlier than them. I was gonna try to have a spot saved out. And Nolan called me at 11 o'clock. I missed his phone call. Called me twice. I missed both of them. I saw Wyatt and Nolan on the boat. They pulled right in front of our boat. And they were screaming. I turned my head and I was like, yo, there's a spot over there, where they end up anchoring out. I helped them set their stern anchor. From the time they showed up until now, going back to it, 20 minutes before they left, I was with them. That's who I was with. I spent all day with them, minus the morning time before they got out there. But from the time they got out there to the time they went back in, I was with them. Those are my friends, man. Those are my guys.
Yeah, I want to get a few more details.
But he just said he missed both of his phone calls. So, what was that about? He said we were gonna have. I was gonna try to have a spot saved out, and Nolan calls me at 11 o'clock. I missed his phone call. He called me twice. I missed both of them. I saw Wyatt and Nolan on the boat. They put right in front of our boat and they were screaming. So he didn't want him to say Wyatt. Very, very interesting.
Those are my friends, man. Those are my guys.
Yeah, I want to get a few more details.
I'm sorry about that.
I know that. Yeah, go ahead. I know that you were all over the news because there was a perceived fight. People, this is the thing that gets me, and I want to clarify this. When I saw the video that they put out on the internet claiming that Nolan was saying, "Give me my effing phone back," Nolan's coach came out and said immediately he knew it wasn't Nolan's voice. And obviously it wasn't Nolan's voice because you were the one that was
me yelling,
in there yelling. You got into an altercation with somebody. What happened after that? Like, put me in your place where the fight is over. Whatever happened. Nolan is somewhere. You're somewhere. You're hanging out. And when was the last time that you saw Nolan before you left Horn Island?
So, after the fight, I didn't stay on Horn Island much longer. So the objective. So I was really upset. So with you hearing me yelling, my uncle had told me to get on the boat and wouldn't let me back off the boat. Obviously, I was really mad and I wanted to fight, wanted to get off. What wasn't smart, man. And so I was on the boat, I'm yelling, and shortly after that, I left the island. I left probably 30 to 45 minutes after I got into a fight.
Okay, so he left at the same time everybody else did because, like I already said, the lady that posted the video, Anna C. Moore, her timestamp was 4:01. And he just said they left like 30 minutes later, which would be 4:31, which is the time that they claim, they left the other boat. I think everybody, and he didn't ride out there with him. He said he rode with his uncle, right? He helped his uncle. He was already there when they got there. But it seems like that fight broke up the whole party and everybody was ready to go. Because everybody was ready to go. So with that being said, if you were to go with a first original story, why the heck would Nolan stay around when he been seen with these people? If they leaving, he leaving too. Like, you think he gonna stick around and get jumped by the people that y'all was just into it with? And if everybody left, who exactly was he supposed to ride back with? Because Warren already said they all left together. We even got Bart helping to tow the car, right? Tow the boat, right? Somebody that was already with them, allegedly. That's what's being said. So please make it make sense. Somebody got to. Shout out to everybody here. Y'all, please smack the thumbs up. Let me see what y'all saying. So what do y'all think about what he is saying? Let me see. Mouthpiece, I see you dropping a good fire and horns out there. Let's see. I'm looking for my members, making sure I ain't missing nothing y'all saying. Now you see, Rob said, okay. All their interviews were vague and contradictory. Exactly. They did that on purpose. Let's keep them on the edge. Let's keep them wondering. Like, I mean, this supposed to be about transparency, right? Why we playing games? Bart just lowered up. You blaming the wrong person as usual. You can get the hell up out of here if you talking to me. Like, what are you talking about? I already talked about that. You late. Bart must have been the guy in the fight photo. I really don't know. I mean, it's just hard to believe that he was the one. I mean, maybe he was, but he didn't give no good reason for getting into it with somebody about his girlfriend dropping a top in the water, and he didn't like the way that he was talking to her. Well, what exactly was he saying to her that somebody else got involved? That I don't believe that. I'm having a hard time believing this, that he was the one in the fight when I see a fight video of somebody that may be Warren's brother. I believe that it is Warren's brother. Warren admitted his brother was into it, and it was around the same time as his. Make it make sense.
Started to pack up and left because I was so upset. As Javon mentions, that they were ready to get me back to land because I wasn't really mad. I was genuinely really mad. But the last
and if you remember when Javon was explaining that story on TMZ, he was like, he was going crazy. The parents was trying to get him up off the boat. Wait a minute, the parents? Yeah, so if he was with his uncle, what parents he talking about? Because he said he rode with his uncle, and his uncle wanted him to ride with him to help because people was gonna be drinking and all that. So, but Javon, when he was on that TMZ interview, he said, yeah, he was really upset. He was going wild. He was going crazy, and the family was trying to get him off, or the mother was trying to get him off that boat. But in the video of the younger boy fighting, I did see a mother stop him from getting on the boat. So it's like the stories are connecting, but not in the way that they want them to. And so I just feel like it's a lot of deception going on. The truth is not being told, in my opinion. When it's confusing, it's a lie.
I saw Nolan. I was walking to the boat. This was before the fight. It's me and my old lady. We had just got out of a group of people. Nolan was walking towards Wyatt's boat. I was walking in the opposite direction towards my boat. And I dabbed Nolan up. I made a slick comment about something, actually about the girl that he was with. I made a slick comment to him, us joking around, and I kept going. And not even 10 minutes after that is when I got into a fight. The last thing I told Nolan was, all right, buddy, I love you. See you later.
So 10 minutes after he seen Nolan with a girl and he made a slick comment, then he gets into a fight. So was he already mad? Like, make it make sense, man. It just really... Now, initially, I thought, well, was he into it with Nolan? Because what I was trying to do was connect it seems like, even before I heard him say this, it seems like the problem is the female. You see what I'm saying? For him to say that, and then Warren said what he said about her. Oh, he seen him cradling a girl, and he told him, you crazy. Now, and I thought, that's odd. Why would he call him crazy for cradling a girl? He said he told a whole story about him carrying her in the water, and he had his hands up under her, and her head and his head was above the water. Like, I mean, he told all that. To me, this female is the center of it all. That's why I feel like it's about her. So, you mean to tell me you're with your woman, your old lady, as he called her, but you're making a slick comment about another female that your friend is with? And then just so happened your friend, Nolan disappeared, and the female, all of this stuff is happening. So they're letting us know that they wasn't pleased with the female being there or being with Nolan. Because one of the things he said, I wish I would have just told him, yeah, you ain't hanging with that female. Come on, let's go, or something to that effect that he said, right? I don't think they like her too much.
I'm glad I said it. I had been under the influence a little bit, and that's probably why. And not even 10 minutes after that is when I got into a fight. The last thing I told Nolan was, all right, buddy, I love you. See you later. And I'm glad I said it. I had been under the influence a little bit, and that's probably why I did say it at the time, just, getting all lovey-dovey. But I'm at peace I said it. I'm glad I said it. That was my last encounter with Nolan. I was telling him I love him.
Did you have any? So you leave the island?
No, his last encounter with him was telling him about that girl. I mean, that was right before he said the "I love you" part. Like, what? The girl that he was with, I made a slick comment to him, just joking around, and I kept going. So, if he made the last time he seen him was when he made a slick comment about the girl, and he said, and he kept going. But then he goes on to say that, not even 10 minutes after that, I got into a fight. So not even 10 minutes after that. And then he said, last thing I told Nolan was, all right, buddy, I love you. See you later. I'm glad I said it. Very, very interesting. But at first, the girl, he said, I actually made a slick comment. Let's listen at that again. Everybody got a problem with the girl. Why is that?
Nolan was walking towards Wyatt's boat. I was walking in the opposite direction towards my boat. And I dabbed Nolan up. I made a slick comment about something, actually about the girl that he was with. I made a slick comment to him. I was joking around, and I kept going. And not even 10 minutes after that is when I got into a fight.
So did he keep going, or did he tell him that I love you, buddy, and all that? I don't think he told him that, because the way that he told the story, he just said that, he kept going. He kind of is like he was done with the conversation. And then he comes back and say that. So wait, that don't make sense to me. But anyway, maybe I'm reading too much into it.
Went to him. I was joking around, and I kept going. And not even 10 minutes after that is when I got into a fight. The last thing I told Nolan was, all right, buddy, I love you. See you later.
That just don't make sense to me because of what he said before that. He said that he kept going, and then he came back and said that. That don't make sense to me. Like, what? The girl that he was with, I made a slick comment about something, actually about the girl that he was with, because he wasn't going to tell that story. He didn't want to admit that at first. He went on and said it, and then said it was a joke, right? And he kept going. Then he said 10 minutes after that is when he got into a fight. Then he comes back and say that. Well, I mean, why would you say all of that? 10 minutes later, you got into a fight, and then you come back and say that. Why didn't he say that when he was explaining the story in the first place? It don't make sense to me, but I'm going to leave it alone. Let me see what y'all say right quick. Somebody make it make sense. Good stream, MTGV. I got to go pick up my son. Thank you for tuning in, fam. Son up, peace, love, and reparations, because recompensation is coming. Man, they ain't trying to do that at all. But shout out to you, fam. See you next time. Definitely can come in and hit that replay. Smash the likes, because the queen is cooking. Okay, what he said. Shout out to Mouthpiece. And let me see. Let me go all the way down, because I don't know. Let's see. So Charmaine, welcome in, Charmaine. My understanding is Katie's family is receiving the same love the Wamsleys are. Oh, are they really? Very, very interesting. I hadn't heard that at all. Tristan is a shit starter. Why would you tell Nolan about Bart? Because you was with Katie. Because he was with Katie. Now, Bart, according to what I started this stream about, Bart is suing people because he's saying that he ain't never dated, according to this lawyer, he's saying that he's never dated Katie. That wasn't Katie in the picture that people showing, and the female that's in the picture even got a problem, I'm sure. I think she might have come out, but I didn't see it myself. I'm just looking at that. So I'm not sure about that. Hold up. Warren wasn't on the boat with Nolan either. I don't know who was on the boat. Warren said that he rode with Bart, right? That's what Warren said. But in that audio, we hear Warren name being called, we hear Wyatt, we hear Will, and we also hear Bart. Did y'all? Yeah, we heard that. We heard all those names. So the boats was right next to each other, so they could have been yelling from different boats, but they could have been in the boat too. I don't know. I have no idea. Something happened though, and we heard Nolan's name being said after they said that he wasn't on the boat. So I'm really not sure. I know what people saying, Shay, but I don't know. Like, right, probably damage control. His arms are crossed. That's signs of nervousness and seems like he's hiding something. Yep. He's hugging it. Like people say, like they're holding themselves or they're defensive, or I see maybe he do need a hug. Maybe he is hugging himself. And he definitely is defensive though. And I feel like he's being deceptive also. This whole interview process is deception to me.
I'm glad I said it. I had been under the influence a little bit.
And when he said that, I didn't believe him because the short that I did, I'm like, well, did he say it because he was drunk or because he wanted to say it? Because listen to how he said that.
And not even 10 minutes after that is when I got into a fight. Last thing I told Nolan,
hold on, let me
back to land because I wasn't really mad. I was genuinely really mad.
Okay.
But the last time I saw Nolan, I was walking to the boat. This was before the fight. It's me and my old lady. We had just got out of a group of people. Nolan was walking towards Wyatt's boat. I was walking in the opposite direction towards my boat. And I dabbed Nolan up. I made a slick comment about something, actually about the girl that he was with. I made a slick comment to him. I was joking around, and I kept going. And not even 10 minutes after that is when I got into a fight. Last thing I told Nolan was, all right, buddy, I love you. See you later. And I'm glad I said it. I had been under the influence a little bit, and that's probably why I did say it at the time, just, getting all lovey-dovey. But
now he just said that he was under the influence, and that's probably why he said it. So now I have to ask, did you mean it?
But I'm at peace. I said it. I'm glad I said it. That was my last encounter with Nolan. Just telling him I love him.
Did you have any, so you leave the island, did you have any encounters or association with these phones, with the keys? Did you have any connection to any of that?
I did not. So what I know, I got my first phone call from Warren at about 9:20. I didn't answer it.
Now, wait a minute. Did that black out words are just on my end? Now, he said he got his first call from Warren about 9. Now, I'm curious to know what was Warren calling for at 9 because he didn't call the mother until 11. So I just wonder. Was he calling them to hang out or calling them to say something about Nolan?
I got my first phone call from Warren at about 9:20. I didn't answer it. I was asleep. I'd been on the boat all day. I didn't feel like going to party anymore. I went to bed. So I got my first phone call about 9:20, and I didn't wake up again until a little after 11 o'clock. And that was to my brother coming in the room being like, hey, Warren's trying to get a hold of you. You need to answer the phone to look for Nolan.
So, yeah. So you would think, right, that the first call that Warren made at 9:20 was about Nolan because he didn't answer the first time. And then the next time he called his brother at 11 p.m. But why would he call his brother? Maybe I wonder how many times did he call his phone? Because you're not gonna call somebody one time and then call a whole nother number. So I wonder, how many times did he actually call him, and what was he calling about at 9, if it was about if it was about Nolan or not. Because if he knew at 9:20, he should have known, he should have called the mom at that time, right? Or was they getting their stories straight?
And I'm half
Allegedly.
awake, and I pick up the phone. And by this time, nobody had came to the house to grab anything. And Warren gets on the phone, and
he said at this time, nobody had come to the house to grab anything, as if it was his house that they came to. So I wonder if he lived at one of the houses that they came to, because I didn't hear nothing about they was over Trace's house. I thought the house they stayed over the night before was Jack's. Let me know if y'all know.
The house to grab anything. And Nolan, and that was to my brother coming in the room being like, hey, Warren's trying to get a hold of you. Let's, you need to answer the phone. They're looking for Nolan. And I'm half awake, and I pick up the phone. And by this time, nobody had came to the house to grab anything. And Warren gets on the phone, and he's just like, hey, man, he was like, hey, have you talked to Nolan? Anything else? I was like, no, I haven't talked to him, man. He was with that girl last time I knew. And he was like, okay. He was like, man, we can't get a hold of him. We don't know where he's at. And I was like, man, it's Nolan. He's probably just out somewhere with that girl. Get a hold of the girl, you'll probably find Nolan. It's no big deal. And he was like, all right. He was like, but we're starting to freak out. We're getting on the phone with Coast Guard. I was like, okay. And at that time, he had already talked to his mom, Nolan's mom. And he was getting on the phone with the Coast Guard. And I called, I need to be specific about this. I did not call Warren's phone. I called another one of our buddies' phone, and it was on speakerphone. They were all together. I was talking on my other buddy's phone, talking to Warren. He was dialing Coast Guard because he hung up the phone and was like, hey, this is them, bye, and hung up the phone. And that was the last time I talked to him until the next morning when we all decided to Warren. He was dialing, and I called, I need to be specific about this. I did not call Warren's phone. I called another one of our buddies' phone, and it was on speakerphone. They were all together. I was talking on my other buddy's phone, talking to Warren. He was dialing Coast Guard because he...
Wait, didn't he just say Warren called him from his brother? Didn't he just say that Warren called his brother's phone to get a hold of him? Did I miss something in between that? Hold on. Because how is he calling Warren now?
I did not call Warren's phone. I called another one of our... I was like, man, we can't get a hold of him. We don't know where he's at. And I was like, man, hey, Warren's trying to get a hold of you. Let's, you need to answer the phone. They're looking for Nolan. 9:20. And I didn't wake up. So what I know, I got my first phone call from Warren at about 9:20.
Okay, so the first phone call from Warren was at 9:20 from Warren.
I didn't answer it. I was asleep. I'd been on the boat all day. I didn't feel like going to party anymore. I went to bed. So I got my first phone call about 9:20, and I didn't wake up again until a little after 11 o'clock. And that was to my brother coming in the room being like, hey, Warren's trying to get a hold of you. Let's, you need...
So he said I got my first phone call from Warren, but he didn't say if he called in between that. Then he said the next time I got a call or woke up, or when he woke up, his brother was telling him Warren was on the phone. But the part that's missing for me is if you call, you're not gonna call another phone just from calling somebody one time. So I think Warren probably was calling him about Nolan at 9:20 multiple times, and he didn't wake up until after 11. But the other part that I paused on was the Coast Guards, and when the Coast Guards was called, because he's already saying it was after 11, right? And we know that the Coast Guards was called, according to the mother, or according to what we was going by, 11 p.m. because it was on it was a paperwork that they had that said they got a call at 11. And then I know for a fact the mother said Warren called her at 11 p.m. So either he got his times screwed up, or Warren called him right before calling the mother to get the story straight. That's what it seemed like to me. And then he also said he was the last person to see Nolan, and he said that something shady about a girl and all that. Okay, so but then he gonna turn around and say that he called Warren. So make it make sense. Let's listen.
To answer the phone, they look for Nolan, and I'm half awake, and I pick up the phone, and by this time nobody had came to the house to grab anything. And Warren gets on the phone, and he's just like, "Hey man, he was like, hey, have you talked to Nolan? Anything else?" I was like, no, I haven't talked to him, man. He was with that girl last time I knew. And he was like, okay. He was like, man, we can't get a hold of him. We don't know where he's at. I was like, man, it's Nolan. He's probably just out somewhere with that girl. Like, get a hold of the girl. You'll probably find Nolan. It's no big deal. And he was like, all right. He was like, but we're starting to freak out. We're getting on the phone with Coast Guard. I was like, okay. And at that time, he had already talked to his mom, Nolan's mom. And he was getting on the phone with the Coast Guard. And I'd called. I need to be specific about this. I did not call Warren's phone. I called another one of our buddies' phone, and it was on speakerphone. They were all together. I was talking on my other buddy's phone, talking to Warren. He was dialing Coast Guard because he hung up the phone and was like, hey, this is him, bye, and hung up the phone. And that was the last time I talked to him until the next morning when we all decided, well, when I woke up about 7 o'clock that morning, we had all decided that we were going to go out on the boat and go look for Nolan.
Make it make sense. Please make it make sense. Now listen, y'all heard what he just said. And what I was looking for was for him to say, when did y'all hang up? And then you called him back on you called somebody else's phone. But then he just said the part about, oh, he's on the phone with Coast Guards and he hung up. And then he didn't hear back from him until 7 a.m. Like, so you mean to tell me that you got to call several calls, I'm assuming, but he just said 9:20 p.m. Then he calls back after 11 when he woke up because of his brother pretty much giving him the phone. And you mean to tell me he told you that Nolan was missing and he was calling the Coast Guards and you just went back to sleep? You didn't call it. You didn't check to see what the Coast Guard said or if Nolan was okay or anything. Are y'all hearing what I'm hearing? Like, am I tripping? Listen, make it make sense. Because like I said, this is my first time listening to it. Bart's name is on the Coast Guard paperwork. Yep, I seen his name on the paperwork. Some Marine paperwork. I sure did. Yeah, that must be the Coast Guard paperwork. That's the definition Google gave me. Got a problem? Take it up with Google. These people are just race baiting still. I don't know who you talking about, but these people are just, yeah. Anyway, hold on. Bart's name is on. Oh, that was you, Purple Paradox. Shout out to you. So that proves it's a fake definition you believe. Hold on. Who was Buddy House Warren was talking about? If you talking about the house that they stayed at, it was Jack's house, from my understanding, is the house that they stayed at. And the reason why I know that is because the father, Nolan's father said Jax. They called a guy Jax when he was telling a story about when he went and got the keys and stuff. But yeah, this is crazy, man. What he just said. And then he turned around and said that he called. I'm gonna make this clear. I did not call Warren. I called another buddy. And he was on speakerphone. That part is just confusing. Let's listen to that small part. Hold on.
7 o'clock that morning, we had all decided that we were going to go out on the boat and go look for Nolan. Wyatt had already had his boat still in the water. We took that boat out. It was
what day are we talking?
See?
So that's Sunday morning.
Sunday morning on the 6th, the 5th?
So it was Saturday the 4th was the 4th of July. Mm-hmm. The 5th was Sunday. We were on the water.
Hold on.
We were going to go out on the boat. Dialing Coast Guard because he hung up the phone and was like, hey, this is him, bye, and hung up the phone. And that was the last time I talked to him until the next morning when we all decided, well, when I woke up about 7.
See how he explained him hanging up really quick. He was going to call the Coast Guards, but he talked, hold on.
phone. They were all together. I was talking with on my other buddy's phone, and I'd called. I need to be specific about this. And at that time, he had already talked to his mom, Nolan's mom, and he was getting on the phone with the Coast Guard. And I'd called. I need to be specific about this. I did not call Warren's phone. I called another one of our buddies' phone, and it was on speakerphone. They were all together. I was talking on my other buddy's phone, talking to Warren. He was dialing Coast Guard because he hung up the phone and was like, "Hey, this is them," bye, and hung up the phone. And that was the last time I talked to him until the next morning when we all decided. Well, when I woke up to Warren, he was dialing. I called another one of our buddies' phone, and it was on speakerphone. They were all together. I was talking on my other buddy's phone, talking to Warren. He was dialing Coast Guard because he hung up the phone and was like, "Hey, this is them," bye, and hung up the phone. And that was the last time I talked to him until the next morning when we all decided, well,
that don't make no sense to me. Maybe it makes sense to him or some of y'all, but not to
woke
me.
up about 7 o'clock that morning. We had all decided that we were going to go out on the boat and go look for Nolan. Wyatt had already had his boat still in the water. We took that boat out. It was
So I guess he was like, "Well, shit, I'm going to sleep tonight, and we'll go look for him in the morning." Maybe that's how he was thinking.
So that's Sunday morning.
Sunday morning on the 6th, the 5th.
So it was Saturday the 4th was the 4th of July. The 5th was Sunday. We were on.
So now I'm wondering whose house was they at when Warren called? How many people was around, and how many of them that was with him the day before, Nolan the day before, went out there looking for him? How many of them? Who was it? I just wondered. Like, that's crazy. Because, I mean, I can't unhear what we heard on that audio. And just to think after that, the same people went looking for him, allegedly.
We're talking.
So that's Sunday morning.
Sunday morning on the 6th, the 5th.
So it was Saturday the 4th was the 4th of July. The 5th was Sunday. We were on the water from 9:45 to 11:50, 12 o'clock era, about lunchtime. While we were on the water, we talked to a rescue guy, and he told us to get off the water and said that they kind of had the island and the water under control. That's the professionals, man.
Yeah.
They told us to get on social media and find out any information we can. And by that time, we had already talked to a good amount of people out there. So it just made sense. So we went back in and we concluded our search and started to search all socials and started sharing everything we could and try to get a hold of anybody that could have talked to Nolan, that Nolan possibly would have reached out to. And that led into the night. It led all night long. I didn't sleep at all Sunday. Monday, I was up at 5 a.m. I was putting fuel in our boat at 6. I got told that we were taking out another boat to Chandelier at 7. So I put my boat back on the lift, and I went to McDonald's, and then I got the news after I left McDonald's that his body was found. So it was already a plan that we were going and searching and trying to do everything we possibly can.
When he said he went to McDonald's, it made me think about Warren when he was saying on the 4th of July that him and his buddy went to McDonald's and Nolan wasn't with them and he was doing this and that with his buddy. And I'm just like, who is this guy that he's talking about? Why wouldn't Nolan be with them and all of that stuff? And then Warren also said that he got word that they found his body from Tristan. In his interview, he said that Tristan told him. But then, didn't Warren go out there to the water also? Was they not all out there at the same time? Because I could have sworn. Let me know, y'all. Did Warren go out there on the water? I think I seen that he did. And it sounds like him and his mother went, but I'm thinking his real mother, because the judge is not his mother. The judge is his, I'm assuming. Like, I'm a little confused looking at this chart that I was looking at. Let me let this play. Sound about right, somebody said. I'm scared to put some of these things up. Yes, thank you, Terry, for the fair use disclaimer. How you doing, fam? Let's see. Everything is alleged on this channel. Everything. Everybody is innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. And we are playing this video under fair use.
And that's all I wanted to do. Is I wasn't there to help him out in his last minutes, but now I feel like as a friend and as one of my guys, man, I do everything in my power to help now. And that's why I have reached out to the family. I have donated to the family, and I have giving them just your normal death gifts, I would say, as you pay your respects. And
I find that odd, right? That you would say death gifts. I remember when my cousin passed, and she was one of the closest people to me. First cousin, best friend. I had a problem. I didn't want to face it, right? I didn't want to face that she was gone. So to say words like R.I.P. As a matter of fact, the person that made my t-shirt, I went off. I mean, I didn't go off. I just bust out crying because he put R.I.P. on my shirt. And I didn't want R.I.P. on my shirt. I didn't want to look at her obituary. I didn't want to go to the funeral, even though I went, right? But I didn't want to face that she was gone. And they have no problem saying, he has no problem saying this without a tear in his eyes. Nothing. He seems angry to me, y'all. He seemed mad to me.
And
do you think Benjamin Crump being involved in this case made it better or worse?
100,000 times % worse. Because why on the Tuesday after where has your civil rights been broken?
What?
Where has it been shown? You brought Benjamin Crump to stir up a community that's already tight-knit. Yeah, we might not be best friends with everybody, but I promise, if you're talking about Ocean Springs as a whole, Ocean Springs is going to have Ocean Springs back.
Long as you in line, you know what I'm saying? With their way of thinking, right? You good. Ain't no problems here. But when stuff like this happen, you find out who your real friends are. Do you know that a lot of people broke up when, like, religion and politics break people apart? So long as they got this fantasy in their head of the type of person that you are, yeah, y'all are good. But the minute you step outside of what they think you should be, or something like this happens, then you see who's really there. Real issues bring out real truth. So this dude, man, he young, he 20 years old, keep living. I mean, I can't imagine that he haven't seen none of this in his life. Shout out to Law Love for the 1,000 jewels. Thank you so much for the GOAT trophy. Thank you. I appreciate you, fam. And shout out to Freedom for dropping the 30 jewels. Shout out to both of y'all. Shout out to everybody helping us reach our goal. And let me see. Yeah, that's crazy, man. Absolutely crazy to say death gifts. The minute we stop being one of the good ones, it all change. Okay, until real issues come up, you might not know that you live in a certain type of community or friending people. You get to know, man, politics and religion really do, or stuff like this definitely gives you the divide. So in his mind, Nolan's parents is the damn problem. See, if this was my best friend, I would want his family to seek justice however they could. And I would back them 100% if that was my best friend. But if I didn't know the family personally, if I didn't know the parents for real, which they said they don't know him, so he don't know them. He don't know what type of heart they have. He don't know how good of people they are or whatever. He don't know how they operate outside of what he's seeing right now. So yeah, that's why he would say something like that. And he is lost, in my opinion. Okay.
110%. We back each other. Everybody I've seen, we back each other. And for them to push this narrative and really push it just shows me is like you have no idea who you're dealing with or who you're messing with. And I think he's taking the grieving parents and manipulating and turning this and making it sound all bad, because it's nothing's like that at all. No.
Have you gotten death threats? Or, because I know that the other young men that I spoke to about this, especially the white young men, they're getting all kind of death threats. They're being accused of killing Nolan. Did you get the same backlash and threats that some of those guys have gotten?
Yes, I've gotten the death threats per se, but I've also gotten the threats along the lines of where it's like I've been cast out of the Black community. I've been called white. I've been called a wetback. All these things. I've been sent photos of me and my grandmother, and they've been told that she's the devil. She's just looking for the time to kill you. You need to be careful and blah blah blah. And it's like, man, if you want to know the story, the only people that showed up for me in my whole life has been my white side of my family. So for y'all to sit there and drag their name and to drag me down, and I'm supposed to be one of y'all.
So I wonder which parent raised him, because he's saying only his white side. So is his mom white or his dad? And it sounds like he only know one side if you listen to that.
And you're supposed to have my back, and we're supposed to be in this together. And it's really eye-opening.
Did it shock you that it turned this way? Meaning that, you see everything happen. Nolan was your friend. From all the young men I talked to, it seemed like Nolan was the life of the party. Everybody loved Nolan. He gets along with everybody. Everybody's cool. And everybody feels like Nolan made them feel like everybody's his best friend, right? I mean, everybody felt connected to Nolan. Were you shocked that it turned like this? I mean, where this community was tight-knit, Nolan's friend group was tight. He ends up losing his life in an unfortunate situation, which nobody knows exactly what happened. Did it shock you that it turned into some racial thing?
Yes, racial, I do agree. Now, it going famous or going viral, that part didn't shock me. Thinking about it and being honest, that's not a surprise, because everybody did love Nolan. Especially around here, everybody loved Nolan. So for people to repost that, they know Nolan. I mean, they know he did not have one hateful thing in his heart. And racism, no. That was a shock. That was a complete shock from his mom and from his stepdad.
Listen, they not being racist. They're recognizing it. What is he talking about? So it's a sin to recognize that it's happening to you, because listen, man, I don't have to explain it for the people that know. When you watch certain cases, certain things don't happen that it do happen in other cases. Like with all of this confusion too, you would think that we would have had a full press conference coming from their legal team, right? You would think. Professor said Bart is the key. And Bart lawyered up and is suing people, allegedly, going after people, because he said that was not him. That's not Katie on that picture, and some female spoke out about it too. But they definitely said his name in that video. Folded arms does not mean deception was worse than a cover-up. It all speculation and lies from the world. Well, it happens. People got their opinions about what happened, and this ain't the first case that people have had an opinion about. And we just have to look at what's going on. Shout out to John. So, whatever understood doesn't need to be said. Exactly. And people that get it, get it. Like, I'm not about to sit here and give nobody a history lesson on what's been happening. I mean, you could look every day, turn on your news and see what's happening. Look at Carmelo Anthony case. Have you ever seen a case move that fast? Whenever it is brown with a white girl, it's a problem in Mississippi. Okay? And this is somebody in Mississippi. I believe it. That's where Emmett Till happened at. We'll never forget that, right? So, I mean, and then we see the system that they operating in. I mean, listen, they all connected. Their kids are connected with each other. This is why you have different people coming out. Even, the rescue team. Like I pointed out, the Cajun Navy, that I learned about them from the judge's page. She's the one that shared them. So she knows them. They work with the police. They're very familiar, and one of the guys, Trasher, he's in pictures with a lot of politicians and MAGA and all kind of stuff, so they're connected. They know each other. Their kids probably went to school together. play sports together, same high school, all the way up. Like if you work at the same place or you in a justice system, 9 times out of 10, you know somebody else that's in court every day. And so that's what it's looking like. And then you hear him saying how tight knit they are.
Like that's a shock. That's an utter shock because it's like, first off, I'm not gonna. That was a shock. That, especially around here, everybody loved Nolan.
Happened. Did it shock you that it turned into some racial thing?
Yes, racial. I do agree. Now, it going famous or going viral, that part didn't shock me. Thinking about it and being honest, like that's not a surprise because everybody did love Nolan, especially around here. Everybody loved Nolan. So for people to repost that, they know Nolan. I mean, they know he did not have one hateful thing in his heart.
Now, I keep hearing them say stuff like, oh, Nolan was sweet. Nolan, he didn't like fights. He was the peacemaker. Nolan, this, that, and the third. But Nolan is the only one that's not here. You know, so was he a sacrifice? I'm just saying, everything is alleged, right? It's just like, I don't know. It was 250 years of America. Nolan, was it an accident? And then they tried to cover it up. Somebody said Bart needs to lawyer up. Yeah, the truth needs to come out. And so they setting it up for after the fact. Because I do remember what Kyle Rittenhouse, once he got off, he sued a bunch of people. No one had anything bad to say about Nolan. Nobody. And so that's why I'm trying to figure out, well, who did have a problem with Nolan? Because when he said he got the call from Warren, that's another thing that stuck out. Was Nolan. You find the girl, you find Nolan. Like he a ladies' man, right? Like he's a girl magnet. Is that the problem? Everybody loved Nolan. He a jokester. He got a great personality. He a sportsman. He got all the girls. You know what I'm saying? That's the vibe that I'm getting. Bart had paid defense weeks ago. Well, a person that's speaking up for Bart is free. And you probably right. Yeah, they probably all did weeks ago. But this guy is speaking out now. And it seemed like he's speaking up for Nolan. I mean, he's speaking up for Bart. So I'm assuming that's who he went with. Apparently, Wyatt did what? Lawyer up whoever was in love with Katie. Exactly. That, I mean, because they keep bringing her up like they want her to be a part. Did she lawyer up? I know that her sister said they've been in contact with the family. I think the authorities too. I will have to find exactly what she said, but no, brush up on your Black history. That is incorrect. What are you talking about? Get the hell out my chat. I can say whatever I want to say. I don't have to be perfect. Tatum defending this nonsense makes me think he reviews historical footage of civil rights marches just to see if the fire hoses had proper water pressure. Let me keep this going. We'll be here all day.
And racism? No. That was a shock. That was a complete shock. From his mom and from his stepdad. Like, that's a shock. That's an utter shock because it's like, first off, I don't know how to word this. Nolan wasn't fully Black.
So some people was upset and felt like he overstepped his boundaries, saying that was Nolan's stepdad. But I honestly wondered if it was his stepdad too, and it was just because of the differences of the last names. Because originally I thought Wells was the married name, but then when they introduced her as Walmsley and him as introduced her as Walmsley and the husband as Walmsley, I was like, well, where does Wells come from? And then I'm like, okay, well, that's her maiden name, right? But usually people give their dudes their child's last name, even if they not married. But occasionally you have females that will give her kids her last name. So I was not sure. But he just said that that's his stepfather. And as far as the person asking me about Oh, hold on. That was for people in here talking about. Oh, okay. My bad, Charmaine. I just seen that. See, if you don't put it, if you don't word it in a way where I know that you're not talking about me, I'ma just automatically assume that you're talking about me. So thank you for clearing that up, Charmaine, because I'd rather not have to deal with wild comments. And then, as far as somebody asking me, why do I think it's a cover up or why do we think it's a cover up? I'm an individual. I don't group think. But I'm not about to sit up there and explain something that should be obvious. And if it's not, then you trying not to understand it. And I ain't got time. Okay.
Nolan's mixed. Nolan has a little bit of Asian in him.
Mm.
You don't hear that though.
What that mean?
You don't. So to turn it as like somebody's harping down on Nolan because of the color of his skin, you don't know us. You don't know our community.
I mean, a drop of black blood makes him black. Like, stop it. I mean, but maybe he don't know that. But if I didn't see Nolan's mother, I would think he was fully black. I'm just saying. Like, I would. Him, Jalen, Javon, all of them. I would think they were fully black. So, what y'all think in the chat?
Nolan has a little bit of Asian in him.
Mm.
You don't hear that though. You don't. Like, that's a shock. And racism? No. That actually around here, everybody loved Nolan. So for people to repost that, they know Nolan. I mean, they know he did not have one hateful thing in his heart. And racism? No. That was a shock. That was a complete shock from his mom and from his stepdad. Like, that's a shock. That's an utter shock because it's like, first off, I don't know how to word this. Nolan wasn't fully black. Nolan's mixed. Nolan has a little bit of Asian in him.
Mm.
You don't hear that though. You don't. So to turn it as like somebody's harping down on Nolan because of the color of his skin, you don't know us. You don't know our community. It's crazy that people are just running with a lie.
Mm.
And it's so easy for people to believe it from the outside, looking into Mississippi's history per se. But it's like, you're looking at history. Let's go to each state's history. I bet they're not the best with black people. Like, people change. You learn history so you don't repeat it. Everybody knows that.
What's the craziest lie that you've seen floating around?
That's the gaslight. History is repeated. And history is repeated purposely, in my opinion. So, I mean, make it make sense. Like, they trying to roll it back in the government. Like, you see different things happening that's kind of trying to go backwards, right? History repeats itself. So just like clothes and different styles of clothes and hairstyles, they leave and they come back. History repeats itself.
About this situation, I know there's a lot of mysterious things, but like, what to you, what's the craziest thing that you've heard somebody say about this?
That my buddy in the photo was his lover. That was wild. That's been the utmost craziest because it's like, what? Like, where'd you get that from?
Well, I mean, if he's talking about Eric and the one that was touching his inner thigh, I mean, you have to wonder, like, because I mean, I wondered, I'm like, could it have been that somebody in the group had a crush on Nolan and Nolan was with this Katie chick? You know, it could be male or female. We can't act like we not living in those times right now. We can't act like it's impossible. Anything is possible. What?
I mean, also the lies of just how racist Mississippi is, or how racist the coast is, and Ocean Springs, and yeah, no, you don't know this, man. Like, you have no idea. And what I thought was crazy lie from the beginning was he's the only black person on the boat. He's the only black person on the island. No, not at all. Like, not once. Like, where'd
Okay, 10 to 1,000.
you get this background information from?
How many people are on that island from your vantage point?
On the 4th of July?
Yeah.
Thousands? 13 miles? Like, I mean, you're talking hundreds and hundreds of boats that are carrying minimum 4 to 8, 9 people.
So how did anybody miss anything?
Like, I'm talking like on the lower end, man. We're talking about smaller vessels here. Man, if I had to take a rough estimate in my area of the island that I was in, 400, 500 people easy. If I'm taking an actual estimate, about 400 to 500 people easy. In our group, in the group of, I would say, young adults that were in the group of Nolan Wells, 100, 150, 200 people.
So the idea that Nolan went out with 4 white boys and they took him to a deserted island and he was allegedly last seen with a girl and they just abandoned him. What do you say to that?
That's no. We, from the time they left, including myself, and also when I left the island, I could have named 50 people I really trust behind the helm of a boat that Nolan knew, that he could go talk to. Even if he was left, there was tons and tons of people out there. There was 10 boats that camped out at Horn Island. I know a boat that didn't leave Horn Island until 8 o'clock that night. Nobody would have ever seen, take that back, nobody would have ever left somebody on Horn Island. That's a place that everybody loves to go and hang out.
Did he just say it was 10 boats that camped? So none of those boats that camped didn't see Nolan? 10 boats? Now, I know that the father said that it was people that stayed out there chilling all night. And they said that, people can't stay out there all night, or at least that's what I heard. But then I heard that you can. So which is it? And then you would think, with that many people out there, the Coast Guards would have been just like the police is if it's a parade or any other event going on the land. So how did they not pull up on these young kids drinking? How did they not how did they not pull up on 3 fights or 2 of them going on? Because we got Tristan saying he was into one, and then it was Wyatt's brother. Warren's brother. Were those fights connected? And then there was something that happened with Nolan. So, it wasn't something that he willingly did in my opinion. So I'm going to label that as a fight also. So where was the Coast Guards? Who went to jail that day? Who got arrested that day? That's what I want to know. Do anybody know that? Because if they had that and the fight that I put up, it was a whole lot going on. It was a whole lot going on that day. Nobody was arrested. Because that man that was fighting the kid that looked like Warren's brother, Warren's brother looked like he was probably 16 years old, and this man looked over 40 that had hit his nose. He was leaking out there. Leaking. When I say they left right after that, and then this is the same time that he's saying that he left, he said 10 minutes after he talked to 10 minutes after he got done talking to Nolan is when he got into the fight. Anna Seymour posted her video at 4:01. It had just ended, and you could still hear the arguing from it. Right, he said 30 minutes to 45 minutes after that, he left, which would put him, the 30 minutes would put him right at 4:31 when they said the boat left that we thought that Nolan was on, right? So it sounds like it was all connected. It sounds like it was all connected. Make it make sense.
Oh, that's their piece. Nobody wants to see anybody out there, especially in the boating community. And I can speak on that, like, genuinely. I grew up in it. That's absurd. It's absurd.
So can you help me understand the fight a little better? Because I interviewed Warren, who's your friend, and he had made mention that his brother was involved in the fight. So can you explain who actually started fighting, and were you fighting his brother, or were you fighting somebody else? Like, how did that happen?
Yeah, and I can see now, especially, it's all been blown out of proportion. But so originally, I'll go back a couple steps. Original, me and my girlfriend, I wouldn't even call it an argument. She was upset that I lost the lid to her koozie. I dropped it in the water. Generally speaking, that's how it started. And I dropped her new koozie in the water. And so she started to let me hear it and basically told me I was paying for it. And she was really upset with me and mad about it. And I needed to kind of sober up a little bit. And so we're walking back. And during that time, this guy that I'm not friends with, I know of him. I don't know him. I didn't even recognize him when I got in an original fight. He had butted himself into my conversation and basically was telling me how I needed to handle or address the situation with my girlfriend. And man, we weren't even yelling at each other. We weren't arguing. It was more along the lines of, I literally told her, I was like, man, I just want a beer. And she was like, well, go get one, blah, blah, blah. Well, when I said that, she ducked her head underwater, and he had walked up and he told me that I needed to watch how I talked to my girlfriend. And I looked at him and I told him, I was like, this has nothing to do with you. We're good. This has nothing to do with you. And he sat there and he was like, well, I'm going to tell you, I better not hear it again. And I looked at him and I was like, you need to excuse yourself from the situation. And after I came out, he swung. He threw the first punch. And we went back and forth. I remember at one point in time, I look over and I see my uncle, and my uncle's yelling at me to get in the boat. I stopped fighting. As soon as me and him made eye contact, I got in the boat, I'm sorry. And I listened to my uncle.
And what was Warren's brother involvement in this?
And so I was getting there. So when I'm on the boat and they're trying to cool me down, I'm trying to get back off the boat. So I see the crowd forming up on the island. Well, my little brother and Carter are like really good friends, like best friends, I would say. He's over at our house all the time. Carter heard him still talking crap as he's getting out of the water, and I'm on the boat, and the situation is like done and over with, right? Well, he sees him talking crap, so Carter gets up and more along the lines of defending me. And for what? It was like, well, if you got a problem with Tristan, we can handle it right here.
So what's the racial breakup of these people that are involved? So the guy that you fought was
white. I'm the only black guy involved in this whole entire thing.
Yeah.
And at all. Like, I mean, I don't know. Carter is white. The dude I got in a fight with is white. Mm-hmm. I was the only black guy involved with this. My girlfriend's white. My uncle's white.
Okay, so with that being said, if he said he know of the guy that said something to him, what would make this guy just haul off and say anything to him? Maybe he got a problem with who he's dating. For him to butt in on something that minor, that don't make sense to me. And then you heard him asking about Warren's brother, and then he goes mentioning somebody, Carter. So when he said Carter, it made me think about a Trace Carter, because it's a Trace Carter that's a friend, but I think Trace Carter is mixed, and people was thinking that he might have been Trace. So I don't know. I still don't know no more than I knew when we first listened as far as this fight, because the reasoning for it don't make sense. And if it is somebody you know, so why would he start mess with you on the island? Y'all could have fought anywhere else. And when he asks about Warren's brother, he talks about Carter. Like, is Carter Warren's brother then? Is that what he's saying? Like, did that make sense to y'all? He sounds like he forgot he was exactly. He don't realize that he black. Kids are booze. That means fights. Kids, yeah, and that means jail for whoever providing it and whoever doing it. None of us know. Hell, he don't even know. Like, make it make sense what he just said, though. Because if you think about it, when we first learned about this, the first video that came out was about an argument that we could hear. He then comes out and admits that it's him. And so, this is what everybody is thinking, that it was involved with Nolan. He comes in and say, oh, no, that didn't have nothing to do with Nolan. That was me. But then when he asked him about saying, give me my effing phone back and all that, that's not what he said. I would love to know what did he say in what we could hear, right? Because Surely if we can try to make out what he's saying, he would know what he's saying if he listened to it. Then we had the coach come out and say, oh, I was waiting for the person who it was to come out and say it wasn't him, but I knew that wasn't Nolan's voice that I was hearing. But ain't nobody making sense when it come down to explaining this, because that what he just said, it don't make sense to me at all. Sorry.
He's getting out of the water and I'm on the boat and the situation is like done and over with, right? Well, crowd forming up on the island. Well, my little brother and Carter are like really good friends, like best friends, I would say. He's over at our house all the time.
So, I mean, with him saying that, he just said my little brother and Carter. So is Carter Warren's little brother then? Because that's what I'm thinking, because he was in a fight. But then he got his nose busted and all that. So, I mean, who helped him?
Crowd forming up on the island. Well,
hold on.
At one point in time, I look over and I see my uncle, and my uncle in the situation. And after I came out, he swung. We're good. This has nothing to do with you. And she ducked her head underwater, and he had walked up, and he told me, like, she was like, well, go get one, blah, blah, blah. Well, when I said that, she ducked her head underwater, and he had walked up, and he told me that I needed to watch how I talked to my girlfriend. And I looked at him, and I told him, I was like, this has nothing to do with you. We're good. This has nothing to do with you. And with my girlfriend about it, and I needed to kind of sober up a little bit. And so we're walking back, and during that time, this guy that I'm not friends with, I know of him. I don't know him. I didn't even recognize him when I got in an original fight.
In the original fight? Wait, what?
That I'm not friends with, I know of him. I don't know him. I didn't even recognize him when I got in an original fight.
What? How many fights was it? Like, didn't he just say that? What?
A little bit. And so we're walking back, and during that time, this guy that I'm not friends with, I know of him. I don't know him. I didn't even recognize him when I got in an original fight. He had butted himself into my conversation and basically was telling me how I needed to handle or address the situation with my girlfriend. And man, we weren't even yelling at each other. We weren't arguing. It was more along the lines of, I literally told her, I was like, man, I just want a beer. And she was like, well, go get one, blah, blah, blah. Well, when I said that, she had ducked her head underwater, and he had walked up, and he told me that I needed to watch how I talked to my girlfriend. And I looked at him, and I told him, I was like, this has nothing to do with you. We're good. This has nothing to do with you. And he sat there, and he was like, well, I'm going to tell you, I better not hear it again. And I looked at him, and I was like, you need to excuse yourself from the situation. And after I came out, he swung. He threw the first punch. And we went back and forth. I remember at one point in time, I look over and I see my uncle, and my uncle's yelling at me to get in the boat. I stopped fighting. As soon as me and him made eye contact, I got in the boat. I'm sorry. And I listened to my uncle.
And what was Warren's brother involvement in this?
And so I was getting there. So when I'm on the boat and they're trying to cool me down, I'm trying to get back off the boat. So I see the crowd forming up on the island. Well, my little brother and Carter are like really good friends, like best friends, I would say. He's over at our house all the time. Carter heard him still talking crap as he's getting out of the water, and I'm on the boat, and the situation is like done and over with, right? Well, he sees him talking crap, so Carter gets up, and more along the lines of defending me. And for what? He was like, well, if you got a problem with Tristan, we can handle it right here.
So what's the racial breakup of these people that are involved?
Instead of him asking more about the brother in the fight, because that's what we want to know more about that, but he want to go there. Like, okay, so it don't make sense to me that a teenager that's a kid will get involved with this older guy that I seen that was that was going off. If that is the fight, like, I really believe it. It makes no sense. Then we heard Warren say that some girl told him that his brother was in a fight. He walked over there, and then he said he ran over there and to grab his brother. No, he said he ran over there to get his brother pretty much, but somebody was being put away when he got over there, and he told his brother to come and hang with them on the water. So he didn't mention nothing about tracing. And see how it's like they not connecting the dots for you at all. They making it where you have to try to figure it out. Separation worked very fine. So how he don't mention about his phone being taken? Because if that was him, he would have mentioned it. That wasn't him. He lying. Yeah, it's a bunch of lying going on here. I mean, it don't make sense at all. But as far, yeah. So who took his phone too? Yeah. When do the phone come into play? I don't believe that's what they were saying, because I broke down that video and I said, I heard something about if keep doing what the F you doing if you want to find out or something. It was something, it didn't have nothing to do with a phone. I even went and re-listened to it a couple times trying to see if I could hear something about a phone. It had nothing to do with a phone. You don't know our community and us, you mean the clan community. Who talking mess, mouthpiece? Separation was on. Oh, right. You talking about Trace, and he lost, in my opinion. Separation was only successful reintegrating black dollars. This guy is mad and plus annoyed equal guilty. Okay. Like, what is he mad for? Because that's all I'm getting. I just feel like he just so angry. If he ain't, make it make sense. Why he's so
the guy that you thought was white.
I'm the only black guy involved in this whole entire thing.
Yeah.
And at all. Like, I mean, I don't know. Carter is white. The dude I got in a fight with is white.
Mm-hmm.
I was the only black guy involved with this. My girlfriend's white. My uncle's white. There was no other black guy involved. And I know Ben Crump tried to run with a story saying that was Nolan.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I was like, nice try. But there was another black guy on the island, so now your whole narrative needs to change again.
Why would this guy say something to him anyway? What business of it was his? Or did he have a problem with him being with a white girl? Because you never know. Like, he don't know. He sounds like he don't know what made this man say something to him. Could he have been in a racial little profile type thing, or a little Emmett Till thing going on right there, boy? You talking to talking to her like that? You know, like, I don't know. If you didn't know him and you just seen him before, why would he even say anything? Do he know your girlfriend? So to me, I would be wondering, like, why did he even butt in this in the first place? It had nothing to do with him.
Right.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, but that was Carter's involvement, and that was kind of it. Like, after the fight, man, I remember getting off the boat. I got off the boat and
Okay, so he didn't say nothing about Carter. Okay, so what happened to Carter after he got involved? Did he get knocked the hell out? Warren had to run over there to get his brother because his brother was in a fight, but he ain't telling us that. I don't believe it. I mean, why are you, unless before this interview, they said purposely don't connect no dots. Don't make anything make sense to the people watching. Like, why wouldn't he go on to say the rest of the fight? Yeah, he got his nose dotted. He had to get put away. The guy was still trying to go at him. Whoever he was fighting with was pissed because I played the video and I'm like, what did they do to make this man mad? Why is this man this upset? Make it make sense. You just coming in here saying something. Anybody that's saying something stupid, you're just coming in here just to talk. Mess.
Walked up to the island. I was telling people, like, hey, like, I just need to cool off. Like, let me be. This is after everything is dispersed. There was no crowd anymore when I walked off the boat. And I was like, let me be. Well, again, my uncle yelled at me. And I was like, I don't care what you're doing. Get back on the boat. We're leaving. So I got back on the boat. And we left shortly after that.
They left right after that. He went on the boat immediately. He said he don't care, get ready. So why would it take them 30 to 45 minutes to leave? They left expeditiously. Because Unc ain't trying to fight, okay? He like, man, we outnumbered. All them USA shorts over there, y'all. Like, I mean, I'm just saying, if that was the guy that we were looking at in the water and the same fight that I showed, that, yeah. They ain't want that trouble.
And we
never mentioning. Yeah, you would think he would have been going off about that part. Yeah, and that guy, he hit a teenage boy, and he did. No, they ain't talking about none of that.
Well, at least I know you from the interviews that you've done. Some of the other boys haven't spoken out at all.
Yeah.
You've had a chance to use your voice to put the truth out there. You did an interview with, I think, ABC. And you also did an interview with the Rolling Stones.
That was my first interview, with Rolling Stones.
The first interview was Rolling Stones, then ABC?
And then ABC, yes.
Now, from what you told me before this interview is that the Rolling Stones gave you a very fair interview. It seemed like the young lady who interviewed you articulated very clearly what you told her with no fluff, no nothing added.
And she cared. She really did care. And she made sure that what she was telling was the complete truth behind everything with me, with my uncle, and then also fact checking on her side as being in media. And it all aligned, man. And when they came out with that, it was really genuine. When I felt that, it brought me to tears because it was like, that's the truth. That's exactly how it needed to be worded. And I appreciate it.
I wonder if Nolan's death brought him to tears, because I didn't hear him say nothing about tears concerning Nolan, but the Rolling Stones interview brought him to tears.
I appreciated her a lot. And we took her out to Horn Island this morning to do another little bit. But she's done well, and that's the truth. Her story is nothing but the truth.
Now, ABC, on the other hand, did they treat you fairly, or how did they go?
So, I don't want to say they treated me unfairly. The quotes that he used in the article, he did ask me for my permission on it, and I gave it to him to an extent. I changed up some stuff, and that he initially didn't change when he came out with it. And then the voice recording, that's really what gets me, because that's what the main people are listening to, right? They're not going in and reading in depth in the article and really seeing everything. They're just going off of, well, what's on TV, because people don't like to read these days. But how they made that and cut a lot of my voice sounded horrible. Sounded bad. I didn't like it. I didn't like that side of it, but it already aired, so what was I going to do? Really?
And at one point, I could have sworn you said that you didn't feel comfortable doing the interview on camera.
Yes.
And did you do that because you didn't want to be visibly promoted on television, or what? How did that?
So the side of that, and I didn't want to be on camera for two main reasons. I never wanted to do an interview and get famous. I never wanted any attention, per se, famous attention. I don't care about the negative side of it. I'm doing what I think is right. I never wanted any positive attention, let's say. All I wanted to be is for my guys to know that I had their back and I got Nolan's back. And I didn't want the investigation especially on social media side, I guess, and with Ben Crump and their legal team, to go down the wrong path at all. That was my sole purpose, is to tell the truth and to clear up lies. When I talked to ABC, they wanted to do an in-person interview, and I told them no. I told them no because I'm getting death threats, and I don't like them. It is what it is. I'm not putting myself out there any more than I need to, and I'm not sitting behind the camera and so for somebody to watch me talk about my best friend. And I told him, I was like, if you want to do an article, it's okay. I'll talk and you can do the article on that side of it. I never originally wanted to go on TV, period. He convinced me into only using my voice, which now I regret, and I wish I would have just sat in front of a camera so you can visibly see the cuts. But they manipulated the interview pretty well. They made it sound a lot worse. And I know for a fact, most of that interview, you can't understand me because I was in tears the entire time talking about it. When he asked me about Nolan's death, and he put it if you listen to it carefully, he cuts it and I just say die. Nobody wants to see him die. Don't talk like that, man. That's not what I said. I did say died during at one point in our interview, but I said we didn't want to see his life being taken from us, period. They didn't put that. They twisted some things around, and they almost made a different narrative to where it's like now people are coming out and lying. And it's like, man, no.
Yeah, I was wondering if you were gonna. I remember I was like, I could have sworn
So with that being said, I mean, I just find it real odd that it's real funny that he has a problem with the way that they portrayed him in this article, but Nolan's mother is not supposed to have a problem on how her son's murder investigation is going. She's not supposed to do the best she can to get the proper help to get justice for her son, but he's sitting up here whining about how he looked in a damn interview concerning Nolan Wells. Make it make sense. I mean, you criticizing the parents, but you don't want them to, oh, I didn't say that. They got one paragraph wrong and he had a problem. Like, see, people can dish it out, but they can't take it. So that's my thoughts on that. Like, how do you even talk about yourself in this? This ain't about you at all.
Said he didn't want to be on camera, and they put your picture all over the news. I mean, how did you feel about that? Was that something that you were okay with them doing it, or?
I kind of accepted it. I accepted it because I gave Rolling Stone permission to do it. So I know that's where they probably got that original photo of me and him standing next to each other.
But still, that's kind of weird that you tell them, oh, I don't want to, even if you gave you the permission to Rolling Stones, you go, I don't want to be on camera. And they put your picture up there on camera anyway.
I agree. It's weird.
Yeah.
It's weird. It's odd, but I generally speaking, man, like, I'm worried about my family's safety, but I have no regrets in what I've done and what I've said. Not one. I sleep better at night now that I've spoken up, and I felt like I've done my part of the good, and I'm willing to help any other time if anything else pops up that I can't help with. And I genuinely just want the truth to be heard about it all. And it kills me and it breaks my heart that my best friends are going through this. Like, this is at home. This isn't something I'm just watching through a screen, listening to you talk about it or listening to somebody else talk about it. I'm living this. I'm getting the calls from my buddies crying, asking me how I'm not scared out of my mind. How am I okay dealing with all this?
So one thing that kind of stood out to me.
So I want to put a break in it right now just to ask if y'all could please smack the thumbs up. Shout out to the 195 people tuning in on the vertical stream with 268 thumbs up. If you have not smacked the thumbs up, no matter which screen you on, can you please smack the thumbs up and also subscribe to the channel? I appreciate all of y'all being here, tuned in, and shout out to everybody supporting the content with jewels and gifts and chats and different things like that. Shout out to Charmaine for dropping the 30 jewels, flower jewels. Thank you so much. I appreciate all of y'all support, and I appreciate everybody tuning in. If you hear on the replay, please smack the thumbs up and also hype out the video so more people can know about Nolan. Okay, let's keep going.
Was a big contradiction on television was you said in your interview that you were really, really good friends with Nolan, his best friend. Nolan's mother said on television that as if she don't even know you and she don't know who you are, and you're definitely not, at least is what she alluded to, you're definitely not his best friend. So what's the truth in that? And how did that affect you? How did that make you feel?
So yeah, so she originally touched and she said that we weren't childhood best friends. And she's not wrong. She's not wrong. I moved to Ocean Springs in 9th grade. I met Nolan in 9th grade, as I've stated in my Rolling Stone interview. Nolan was my best friend, though. She can believe it or not, that was my best friend. No, me and her never had a sit-down, in-depth conversation like me and you're having now. It was always, hey, how are you doing? I've been to her house multiple times. I've taken Nolan to school multiple times. I've left my vehicle at her house multiple times, even including the new vehicle I just got. Has gotten left at her house for 2 days. And I just got it. I haven't even had it for 4 months. My vehicle before that stayed at her house for almost a week. Me and her son went on trips together. We went to Florida for spring break together. You don't know me? I'm in all these homecoming and prom photos as our whole friend group. Me and Nolan are standing next to each other. You don't know me. Nolan's last name is Wells. My last name at one point in time was Walker. We were by each other in the alphabet when we graduated. Man, that's mind-boggling. It's insane. Me and Nolan have multiple classes together. Me and Nolan has always stayed tight. Nolan has always known that he could call me whatever. And like I've mentioned, like I got a new phone number 2 months ago. Nolan was the only friend that had my phone number out of the friend group, and I still call them my best friends. But we communicate on other social medias. But it's like Nolan called me on the day to meet up with me on the 4th out there. But we weren't good friends. We weren't close friends. And when I say best friend, man, I don't want to take away anybody how close they were to Nolan. But when I think of a best friend, I think of Nolan.
Okay, well, he called you out there on the 4th, right? But we also heard him when he said he missed both of his dang on phone calls. So make that make sense. You're using that as to prove that we're really good friends, but you didn't even answer his call, sir. Make it make sense. Like, so he admits that, okay, well, she was right. I didn't grow up with him. I met him in 9th grade. Like, you didn't answer the man call.
I got a new phone number 2 months ago. Nolan was the only friend that had my phone number out of the friend group, and I still call them my best friends. But we communicate on other social medias. But it's like Nolan called me on the day to meet up with me on the 4th out there, but we weren't good friends. We weren't close friends. And when I say best friend, man, I don't want to take away anybody how close they were to Nolan. But when I think of a best friend, I think of Nolan. Somebody I can call, somebody that I've stayed up and I've cried to. That was one of my best friends, generally speaking. She might not think it. That's okay. Me and Nolan knows where we stand with each other. And period. And Nolan knows that.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Dang, that's a good one. That is a good one, Lucy. So how did they call you to ask where Nolan was? Bam. Thank you. That was a good catch. That was a good catch. Yes, sir. Explain that one. If Nolan was the only one with his phone number, yet he said that Warren called his phone, right? But I thought it was odd when he said he only got a missed call at 9:20, and then again after 11 when his brother came in there waking him up. So had he said he called the brother phone first, then that would make sense. But yeah, make it make sense, sir. Good catch, Lucy. Make it make sense. Nolan was the only friend that had your number.
That was one of my best friends, generally speaking. She might not think it. That's okay. Me and Nolan knows where we stand with each other. And period. And Nolan knows that.
Guess what? If mama say you ain't the best friend, you ain't. If you was the best friend, she know what best friends look like. And I mean, that means she definitely told the absolute truth because she don't know him, right? I think she talked to them after she mentioned. I remember her mentioning talking to some of them after the fact. But yeah, they sound like y'all just associates. If you ain't going over to his house, if you ain't kicking it with the family, you ain't invited to the barbecue, you really associate, right?
Yeah, I appreciate you sharing that. With interviewing with me, right? We came out here to Mississippi. We just want to give the boys a voice, give you guys a voice. And I'd say all the other outlets that you could have spoken to, why do you feel that you wanted to talk to me tonight?
Honestly, I'm a big fan. I know when I look at news articles, big news articles, obviously, and then I know you've talked on them, I make sure I go I watch the full thread of videos. I think our morals align alike. And when we spoke off camera, like it didn't seem like you were out here like another news reporter that just wanted the next big story. Mm-hmm. Like you just said, it's like you genuinely wanted us to have a platform to be able to speak and to be able to tell the truth. And that's what I like. And I know I don't know, talking to Warren and knowing Miss Katie and being close to them and them trusting you was like, okay, I can sit down, I can have this conversation and we can go through it and we can have the interview on camera and people can see me really, I guess you could say, and talk about it and whatnot.
I appreciate that. I really do. And my last question, with all this stuff going on and you knew Nolan very well, what do you think how Nolan would feel about how this all has transpired with Benjamin Crumb, with, the statements from his mom, with the accusations against you and his other friends? How would you think he would address this or feel about this?
Well, I know people like to use a term, it would turn over in his grave. If Nolan could dig himself out of his grave right now, he would.
Damn.
No doubt. Nolan would be livid is an understatement.
Oh my God. Like that right there is disgusting to say. Like, I mean, not only is he picturing him deceased, he picturing him in the ground and digging himself out. Like, that don't sound loving, y'all. Like, I would never say that about my cousin. I would never describe her as that. I would go every direction but that. And then he also said that Did he say he got the same morals as Tatum? So he don't like black people. I mean, and Tatum don't, right? He says it. I don't watch him, right? But I have seen clips, right? I've never been on this channel until now. But I've seen clips and heard him on other platforms to know how he feel. And so when I did go on this channel, a short had popped up where he was saying that he don't like black people pretty much. And so to hear him link up, connect with him like that, and hear Warren say that, and when he just said they all respect him or they all liked him or whatever, that just tell me like y'all on the same team, which is the opposite of us, because most people don't rock with Tatum like that. But a lot of people listen to him, obviously, because he's just like Charleston White. They are people go to their platforms or they talk about them, and they use them as content. Let's just say that, because of some of the wild things that they say out of their mouth. So when you hear somebody big up in him like that, it's just like, oh wait, what? And then now I don't know how true this is, but I ran across a video where this lady was saying that the judge was in Tatum's chat or in his comments telling him to check his email. And then the next thing you know, these interviews happen. So I don't know if that's true, if she's actually doing stuff like that, or if she actually did something like that to get this interview. But I'm sure they had to agree. They wasn't talking. Remember, she came out talking for at least her stepson or son. I'm not sure. But I do know he got a whole different mother. Her last name is Hudson. And he has a stepdad, which I heard Warren mentioning his stepdad in the video, in this interview. I think I'm pretty sure I heard Warren say that he went out there. And then he mentioned a stepdad. So with that being said, I'm assuming his real dad is with the judge, and his stepdad and real mom is the ones that went out there that day. I think, but don't quote me. And I don't have enough time to play the interview today. But I'll double check that in another thing, because I do remember. Now, he said he went out there and Warren went out there too, right? I know he did, but I'm not sure if he went with his I think he went with his real mom, because the judge wouldn't have been out there. Right? Let me see what y'all saying. So I bet the white guy told him, stop talking to her like that, boy. Exactly. He don't even realize that he was profiled at that moment. Because would that guy would have said something if he would have looked like him? Seriously. Wait, what is it saying? Man, you are so man, get your stupid ass out of here. Where is Mouthpiece? I need a sniper. Get Snipe's ass up out of here. I definitely need a sniper on the guy right above you. Right above you. Well, at least in the comments that I'm looking at. Such a freaking loser. Shout out to Charmaine for sending the gold coins and the flower. If I didn't say nothing, the flower jewels. I know I think I did see that. Thank you again, fam. Let me let this keep going before we be here all night.
Nolan would never want anything pursued this way at all.
No, that was cold what he said about.
Go through it, and we can have the interview on camera, and people can see me, really, I guess you could say, and talk about it and whatnot.
I appreciate that. I really do. And my last question, with all this stuff going on, and you knew Nolan very well, what do you think how Nolan would feel about how this all has transpired with Benjamin Crumb, with, the statements from his mom, with the accusations against you and his other friends? How would you think he would address this or feel about this?
Well, I know people like these they would turn over in his grave.
That's crazy.
If Nolan could dig himself out of his grave right now, he would.
Dang.
No doubt. Nolan would be livid is an understatement. Nolan would never want anything pursued this way at all.
Man, you listen here. So you mean to tell me that Nolan wouldn't want his family to do all they can to get justice for him? You think that Nolan don't realize that he been betrayed and everything that he thought was false? Like, I mean, to think, oh, I'm in this friend group. Oh, I'm going boating with my bestest buddies and all this. And then you didn't even answer his call that he called you twice. You didn't answer his phone call at all. And then, man, listen, this makes absolutely no sense. Let's keep going.
I think he would be really upset with his parents about how they went about the situation.
Man.
I think he genuinely would. I don't think he wouldn't support it. I know that for 110%. I know he wouldn't support any of it.
No, if Nolan thought like him, right? Because, you know, he already dissed his black side because he said they ain't never did a damn thing for him. So if Nolan had the mindset of you, I bet you it changed in his death. And I bet you that he rooting his parents on right now to keep fighting for him. Like, get the hell out of here, man. Keep lifing. Keep living. Life will teach you.
I think he would want the truth and he would search for answers, but he wouldn't go about it like this.
No, you would do it by any means necessary, especially if you got the support and the back of the world behind you. Your GoFundMe is good. Ain't nobody trying to take that down. You got lawyers and you can chill. You know, why not? Why not do it? All you can do. Do you know every parent would do this? Every parent would do it to try to get justice for their kid, especially if it's been years past. Because, you know, I've been covering a case, Jelani Day, Carmen Day, Carmen Bolden Day has not got justice for her son, and Javion McGee's parents haven't got justice for their son. Jelani was going to school to be a doctor. He was found in the river. It took him days to find him and all that. Couldn't, anyway. Javion and Jelani was what, 24 at the time? Something like that. About to graduate soon. It happened in Illinois, Bloomsfield, Illinois. No answers. Nothing but attitude. No arrest to this day. That was what, 2020? Dang, what year was that? 2022 or 21? No justice. Javion McGee was more recent. That was 2024, I believe. He was a truck driver going to North Carolina and found at the base of a tree at a car lot where people park their semis at. He was a truck driver going to pick up something he was coming from Chicago going to North Carolina, and he decided, you know what? I don't want this job. I just graduated. I'm a brand new truck driver. Let me just hang myself from this good old tree. No justice. So they all look the same. Those are the more recent ones that I can think of off the top of my head that I covered. They all have similarities. Look them up. Javion McGee and Jelani Day. You could look them up right on my channel.
He wouldn't let us get dogged out like this. If no one could have spoke up, he would have already said something about our friend group and saying, yo, y'all are on the wrong path. Generally speaking, he would be mad. Like, he would be mad. And I don't understand how people don't see that and how people are just okay with even some of his, I guess you could say, other best friends, man, how they were coming out and how they're acting behind it.
Other best friends. So Nolan got 9,000 best friends. Everybody want to be Nolan's best friend now, but none of them showed up at his funeral, you know, because they angry at the parents. Get the hell out of here.
It's like, man, Nolan was never like that. Nolan was an aggressive, threatening person. Don't get me wrong, Nolan would defend himself if he needed to defend himself. Nolan was loving and kind. Nolan was the furthest thing from a fight.
So make this make sense. We got all these fights we hearing about, right? He was in one. The brother was in one. It was something else going on. Everybody got attitudes, everybody angry, but we got kind Nolan who don't do nothing wrong. He make everybody laugh. He everybody best friend. He in the friend group with everybody, but he the only one gone. Did they need a nice person like that? You know what I'm saying? To make something happen? I mean, please just make it make sense. Arms folded the entire time. I don't know nobody that fold their arms for a whole damn hour while doing an interview, like, or anybody that dressed like this. Shout out to a queen for the 80 clock it jewels. Thank you. I appreciate that, fam. Please make it make sense. Yes, our young black kids need to study the history. Yep, because they ain't gonna teach it in school. They ain't gonna teach it in school. Yes, make it make sense. None of the best friends know what happened to them. All of the best friends left him there. Exactly. So, did he have any best friends? Like, everybody want to be his best friend now. Get out of here. Somebody hated him. His guts. Because all the women liked him, because everybody liked him, because he was so damn nice, and couldn't nobody stand up. Couldn't nobody level up to Nolan. The dude sound like an all-around good kid. Great grades, great school, great in sports. He's off to college. He about to start this camp. He about to be on his way, man. It sound like they wanted to make sure that didn't happen. 3 boats went together. Exactly. 3 boats. Nobody know nothing.
Like, furthest thing from a fight. And I remember personally, I was in a heated argument and Nolan comes up, crack a joke, and I'm like, bro, it's not even worth it. Like, come on. And it's like, that just shows his character wouldn't be like this. I know he wouldn't want people chanting at his funeral. I know that for a fact. I
bet you he would want you chanting and doing every and all that you can to get whoever did this to him. I believe he would welcome the chanting, even if he didn't know. He probably would be in there like, thank you. I had no idea the evil world that we lived in. I had no idea this could happen over a girl or something, because that's what it seemed like. We got 2 people that spoke, and both of them had a problem with Katie. Warren said his different. He just said, hey, you crazy. Why is he crazy? What is it about Katie that made him crazy for allegedly cradling her? And I'm trying to figure out, was he cradling her in the water or on the boat? Because I heard both in the same damn sentence.
Nobody would want me or the rest of our friends to get dragged through like this. I know he would want all of us to feel comfortable going to that funeral.
I think he would want them to be dragged till their clothes came off. You know what I'm saying? And even worse, like, because of what happened to him. And he didn't deserve it. He was an all-around good guy. Like, how can you say something like that? Wouldn't you want somebody to do all they could for you? I'm sure you would, sir.
And all of us did it because we're scared. And that says a lot.
Oh, because we're a victim. We're victims. None of us went because we're scared. Did his face look like he was scared, or did it look like he was mad, talking shit?
And all of us did it because we're scared.
Boy, get the hell out. That's sarcastic as hell. He wasn't scared of a damn thing. Y'all wasn't going in the first place. Guilt, allegedly.
I know he would want all of us to feel comfortable going to that funeral. And all of us did it because we're scared. And that says a lot.
Did you go?
That says a lot. We're scared to go in our own town to who we called our best friend.
Well, you call him that. You can call him what you want, but the actions show otherwise. And this damn interview tells it all.
We're all over his socials, man. Like, I don't know how you're discrediting and thinking that we could have hurt him. We could have known somebody that hurt him. Because like I told everybody, I would put myself in whatever position he was in 100 times before I let him pass away.
So you mean to tell me somebody defended Trace out there about a dang koofy top or whatever going into some water and arguing with a girl, but nobody out there defended Nolan, and Nolan is everybody's best best friend, okay? Because I think they call they real dogs buddies. That's what I think. Not grieving, not heartbreaking, and damn show not scared. Exactly. They parents wasn't gonna let them go because they guilty. Like, make it make sense. We wasn't gonna go because we scared. His mouth went up like a dog. You know what I'm saying? They show you them canine teeth. So it looked like he was about to start growling when he said that we couldn't go. All of us didn't go because we were scared. No, you wouldn't. Miss me with that. I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
And I mean that. I genuinely mean that. That dude, he was so loving and so kind.
I'm sick of hearing the loving and so kind. He sniffing and all that. Ain't no tears, no water dropping nowhere. All dry.
Just wild. It's crazy. It's wild and it's heartbreaking.
Sand dry.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you having the courage, man, to come down here and talk to us, give us, your point of view. And I say this, like I said to Warren, man, my whole objective is that, man, I was watching the injustice happen before my eyes. And an injustice meaning that the other side wasn't presented. And people that don't live here came into this town.
Hell, the other side wasn't presented because they shut down their social media, went mute, and hid. Like, what are we talking about here? That's the reason why we only had one side. And then they decided, you know what? They getting too much traction. We got to come out and mess this up. We got to come out and say something. Seriously.
And shook it up, brought racism in it.
Yeah.
And based on everybody's statement that I hear about Nolan is that they didn't represent what he stood for.
No.
And they bastardized his character, in my opinion, this is my opinion, to make money and build a GoFundMe instead.
Who killed him? Hell, he wouldn't have to. Nobody would be making money, building GoFundMes, seeking justice. Ben Crump wouldn't be talking if they would have been handling this properly and giving the family information. But the family couldn't get any information because they wasn't talking to the family. So make that make sense. Like, what?
They're trying to actually get to the bottom of what happened to him. And none of this have I seen any of the activists pursue what actually happened. Somebody could have seen something. And instead they're going after dead ends simply because of race.
Simply because they was the last people with him, and they kids of judges, doctors, lawyers, and all this kind of stuff, and ain't nobody trying to get them no answers. Is because when they reached out to the police for answers because they hadn't heard nothing, they still didn't know nothing. So they got attorneys, just like they lawyered up early on, shut down everything, right? But the family ain't supposed to fight for justice. Make it make sense.
Because of convenience, instead of pursuing any other lead or any other notion of somebody knowing what happened to Nolan.
Ain't no other leads. You follow the leads. Who was he last with? Who did he talk to last? Who had his property and didn't tell the family that they had his damn property? What? You go to where it leads you. And to me, that is shady right there for them to have his phone and still haven't said nothing. She had to hawk it down to get it. Shout out to Rick James in the building. Thank you so much for the 1,000 jewels with the trophy cake. Shout out to you, fam, and shout out to Eunice for the 2 jewels. Thank y'all so much for y'all support. Shout out to everybody that's donated to the channel or helped us get closer to our goal. Let me give y'all a big thank you. Shout out to everybody that dropped a super chat, a jewel, a super sticker. Thank you so much. I'm gonna go back to the video. We gonna drop this. We done. He ain't saying nothing else. I wanted to see. This is the one. Wait. I don't think it's in here. Is this the same person? Hold on. In the newly released video, I noticed this guy who's standing here holding the two cans, and he's talking to another guy. He looks to be Warren. Let me know what you think. Is this Warren in this video? And also take a look at the people in the video and the scenery, and let me know what you notice. Leave it in the comments. It has been said that that is Nolan, where you see it circled standing by that boat. And also, I believe that this is Warren, but let me know what you think in the comments. Now, I'm not able to play the audio from this video because of the music, but I will break down what I can hear them say within this conversation. The guy in the blue shorts says, "No, you come here." Other guy says, "No." The guy in the blue shorts says, "Yes." And then it sounds like the other guy says, "My glasses are fucking broke." So, hold on. I'll let this play. So with that though, the other guy that I thought that was Warren, and then the other guy that he was talking to, I'm thinking that is it could be Bart. I'm not sure though. Because I think Bart was on a big boat. That was a big boat, and what he was telling the guy is to come here, come get on this boat. Let me so before I go, I wanted to pull back up the brother. Now, this is what I was talking about right here. That this is the black kid with the red shorts on that was in the boat with the kids that they showed us. Now, I didn't see the guy right here with the skeleton over his face. I do believe that this is when they was into that fight, and his nose was dotted, so I had to cover it, right? So I was trying to figure out who this guy was. And then you see him on the boat with them, with what I just showed in the red shorts. You could see his face, you could see his haircut, all of that. But what I was trying to pull up was the actual video of the fight. So I'm about to pull that up right quick. Just because they were talking about that, and I'm trying to figure out if this was Warren's brother, why didn't he mention all this? Like, I mean, this guy here, Tristan, because this was a big one. It was a drag out. It was bad. He got the kid got hurt, really. And it was a grown ass man. And he didn't mention any of that. I find that really strange if this was his brother. Wait, what am I looking for? Hold on, y'all. Trying to find. Okay, this. Oh. That's would be. Dude, really? Okay,
So this is where the boat is at when they begin to become distressed.
So there's a newly circulating video that is said to be Nolan and his friends. And what I'm noticing is like 4 boats lined up here, or I guess you could say 3, because the boat that is recording this actual video. And so you see where the guy is standing in the blue shorts on the boat. And then there's a black guy with an afro in the water. Pretty much equal with his behind. You could see the guy in the blue shorts and the guy kind of peeping up from the boat with the afro. That is said to be Nolan. So let's move it slowly. There are a lot of boats and a lot of people in the water. That looks to be Warren to me, right? The guy that's been doing the interviews. He's talking to a guy right there. I'm not sure who that is. Okay, so so that's pretty much the scene. And according to Brandon Tatum, he's saying that right at this spot, this is where they start taking in water.
So this is where the boat is at when they begin to become distressed. Right in this area. As you can see how close they are to the land. You can see where the coordinates were at. Right there. So when they're taking in water, when their boat is beginning to sink, because it's anchored, there it's happening right there.
Okay, my coordinates are 30 degrees by 14.684 north, and then west by 88 degrees by 46.79.
Right, looks like you're on Horn Island, correct? Are you
Yes,
on
we are
Horn
at
Island?
Yes.
All right, is the boat sinking or you have it aground?
We are sinking, yes.
Is it aground is the question?
Oh, we're not aground. We are in 17 foot of water. We're in 31 foot of water.
So the coordinates that Wyatt gave to Vicky when the boat was sinking are in a shallow.
Yeah, I had to take that off, baby. They about to start playing all this music. Hold on, let me get this off my phone. Off my screen. Boy, this thing is doing whatever it wants to do. Hold on. I'm going to just pull up the whole thing. Let's close that. Okay, so shout out to everybody. Thank y'all for being patient. So I'm going to pull up my whole page. I'm going to pull up the shorts because I'm trying to play the video again that I already played where I think that it is his brother. Excuse me. Let me move this. Everything is moving so slow right now, y'all. Okay, so this is my entire shorts feed right here. So here is my whole channel. So I just wanted to show y'all something right quick. If you want to get to let me see. Oh, let me show y'all this. We celebrating 25K today. I just dropped this. We just made it to 25K. So shout out to all the we got 2.5K new subscribers. So shout out to all of the new subscribers in the building. I definitely appreciate y'all. Drop down in the chat and make yourself known when you in here, because I don't know if I don't know, but shout out to all of y'all. We are definitely celebrating 25K. Okay, and then let me go. So this is just how once you get to my channel, you just click up here and get to whatever you're looking for. We have mad shorts. We have mad videos and live streams. And when I'm not live, I do a lot of shorts. And so some of these shorts have gotten a lot of attention, and I really don't know why. Like this one got 545K so far. They are like, a lot of these are getting a lot of attention. So if you haven't hit the short shelf, just check those out. And but the one that I came for is this one.
I had a girl come up to me and say, "Hey, your brother just got in a fight." And obviously, I have a younger brother, and that's what she was talking about. And I was freaked out.
Wait, what? Clock this tea. I am flabbergasted. Check out the guy in the water looking towards the younger crowd with the USA shorts on. I watched this video probably a couple weeks ago, not sure if it was connected to Nolan. Well, today I watched the interview with Warren, who said that his younger brother was in a fight.
Okay, so I don't know how well y'all can see this, and it looks small on my screen, but you could probably, if you have premium, you can probably pinch your screen to make it get bigger, right? But when you still know what this picture is that we're looking at, because in the beginning of this is what we seen, and everybody was thinking that this was Nolan. But these kids, I believe, is a part of the group that Warren's brother was with, because I think I seen at least one of them. This dude in the blue shorts, I think I seen him on that boat. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, this guy right here in the USA shorts, you can see him right here, and then you're gonna see him again. So let's watch.
If you've been following the Nolan Wells case, then you would know that Trayston Shepard came out and said that he was into it with a stranger who approached him about him arguing with his girlfriend. Allegedly.
Now, I believe that Javon might have called the guy a stranger with a strange man. One of them called him a stranger.
That's what the whole group was about. But notice this guy standing in the water with the USA shorts on. He gets into it with a younger guy. And I believe that that is Warren's younger brother. Check this video out and let me know what you think. Now, who is the black guy that seems to be trying to keep the peace? Could this be Javon's twin brother? Now, I'm not saying that he is, but let me know what you think. Everything is alleged on this channel. Now, had we not been told the whole time that Trayston was trying to get back on a boat, or the mother of the boat was trying to get him back off? Was this about Trayston and him getting into it with his girlfriend because a stranger got involved and told Trayston that he shouldn't be talking to his girlfriend like that? Or was this about Warren's brother?
Okay, so y'all see why I'm saying that, because the scenarios that they're telling us is lining up with what we seeing right here. And at this, I'm still not 100% sure if that's his brother. I'm only saying that it is because of this black guy right here that we seen in the boat. Okay, that made the connection for me. Let me know what y'all think.
Now, the guy that's getting him off the boat, you can see that he has bruising on his back, like he's also been into it. But this guy right here that's yelling at everybody, he was in the water looking at the younger crowd. What's really going on, y'all? I need to know what you think about this. Drop it in the comments. Let me know what you think, and make sure you subscribe to the channel so you'll know next.
Yeah, why is he so mad? Why is this dude so mad? So if this was their crowd and all of this was going on, why didn't he mention it? He just made it sound like, oh, it was no big deal. You know what I'm saying? This was a knockdown, drag out fight that somebody walked away with a dotted nose. You know what I'm saying? People got hurt out there, but he didn't make it sound like that. But it had to be bad enough to where everybody left after this. Everybody. Because when the one boat left, they all left. So I would say something like this would break up the whole party.
Next time I go live, because we will be talking about this.
Look at that. Like, what?
Live. This guy is losing it. What was this about? Obviously, he's over 40, arguing with a teenager. And was that Nolan standing in the crowd?
I walked over to the beach, and I didn't walk over. I ran over. I made a beeline. I didn't talk to anybody. Put my drink down and walked over there. And my brother was kind of angry, and there was a lot going on. But someone was getting pulled away. I don't know who it was. And my brother was like, "Oh, I just got in a fight," and this guy punched me in the face, and I punched him right back. And then went to the ground. And my brother put him in an armbar.
Did you see the armbar?
It wasn't no damn armbar. Do you hear that he said his brother put him in an armbar? If that was the fight, no, your brother got smashed. Like, people had to stop him. The mother on that boat stopped him from getting on the boat. She did not want him. She like, nah, go to wherever you came back from. It wasn't no, I didn't see him trying to swing on that man no more, but that man still wanted him. But he talking about an iron bar. Stop it.
Absolutely not. When I was over there, there was a bunch of younger guys like my brother's age, and I mean, Nolan, I never saw Nolan over there. No. Absolutely not. I had a girl come up to me and say, "Hey, your brother just got in a fight." And obviously, I have a younger brother, and that's what she was talking about, and I was freaked out.
Wait, what? Clock this tea. I am flabbergasted. Check out the guy in the water looking towards the younger crowd with the USA shorts on.
So why didn't nobody say, it was a young, why didn't nobody come out and say that wasn't Nolan? Like, when they asked about this picture and asked about this scene, yeah, because they're being asked about, this is the picture of the video, right? That people think that's Nolan. Now that I'm looking at that, is not Nolan. That's a younger kid that arrow is pointing at. He's a younger teenager. Like, Nolan is built more like a man. Like, you know what I'm saying? These are kids. To me, they look to be, they probably ranging from 12 to 17, 18 maybe. I mean, no, I don't think I see 18-year-olds, but I can't tell. But to me, these are younger teens. Now that you can see it. And so nobody has said, oh, it was a group of younger teens out there with my brother. And that was them in the picture. That wasn't Nolan and his group. Nobody has came out and cleared that. And to me, that is not them. That is not them. So hold on. I can't see nothing. Oh, that's why. So what do y'all think? Good evening, Erica Kane. Shout out to Gretchen in the building. How you doing, fam? Shout out to Erica Kane. How you doing? Look like bro got his eye dotted. Okay, all I seen was nothing but redness from that nose, right? And it had to be covered. And then the guy that was grabbing him, he had bruises all over his back and the front of him. So if y'all didn't get a good look at that video, hit the replay, or as a matter of fact, go to the shorts and watch it because it'll be much bigger. And anytime y'all watching a short, just know, to click into the full video. Or it's a play button on every short if you watching it from a cell phone. I don't know how it is on a computer or TV. Look like bro got his eye dotted. Okay, let's see. Why were there so many fights? Exactly. Like, what the heck? That's why I'm like, where was the Coast Guard? Like, somebody needed to be out here refereeing all this, and we wouldn't be here right now. Really. We would not be here right now if the guards were out there like they should have been, because this right here, it just makes absolutely no sense. Shout out to Daughter of Mine. Hey, newbie, welcome in. Thank you for coming in and dropping down, making yourself known. That's what's up. I see Gretchen dropping them good members emojis. And running late. Yes, I see. You be in the comments, though. I see you, fam. Quay Renee, welcome in. Thank you for the celebration. Shout out to all of y'all. So his GPS put him closer to the shore than he said. And the operator asked him if he was on the island, and he said yes. Exactly. They had not gone very far at all. 17 or 31. Exactly. You in 17 feet of water or 31 feet of water. Make it make sense. So why his uncle didn't fight the grown man that hit his nephew in the face? Now, his uncle, the guy that I'm talking about is Warren's. I'm suspecting that is Warren's brother, not Trayston. Trayston is the one in the fight, but he's saying somebody named Carter and his younger brother. And so he said Carter is at their house all the time. I don't know Warren's brother name. Now I'm wondering, is Warren's brother named Carter? Because I'm just trying to figure out who this young boy was that got into a fight, because this is the only video that I've seen that represents a fight. Like, I'm trying to figure out if Trayston was into a fight, why don't we have that video? And then Trayston just connected the brother's fight with his. So make that make sense to me. Like, we only seen this young kid. It was just a few seconds of a video, but whoever released that video released the rest. Like, it's a lot more to this story, y'all, is what I believe. It's so much more to this story. But yeah, you would think that the uncle would have helped. But this uncle is Trayston's uncle and not Warren's brother's uncle, if that makes sense. So why his uncle didn't fight the grown man that hit his nephew in the face? I'm confused. Ain't no auntie or uncle gonna let a grown man fight their nephew. That wasn't no man. Now, I mean, then I don't know how far away they were from the uncle could have been in the middle of the water, because Trayston said his uncle was in a boat. But I'm still trying to completely connect the dots, although seeing the black kid in this boat with the latest footage kind of make me think, yeah, that's the right crowd. At least let's just say that's the right crowd. I do not know if this dude that got dotted was Warren's brother, but listening at him explain it, listening at Trayston explain his fight, it sounds like it's the same fight. Okay, so somebody just need to make it make sense, and then Trayston actually connected it. But how do they just they giving so many vague details? They giving no details. They're being very vague on purpose. On purpose, like, because that's crazy. Ain't no, but that they should be talking about that too. Like if they were, I feel like if you really trying to solve something, then you gonna look at everybody that possibly could have done something, and the people boxing the group, somebody in the group would make Nolan be at risk, which is another reason why Nolan didn't stay there. Thanks to the mods who cleaned up the room. Shout out to the mods, because I have not been paying attention. And when I do, I'm like, I just try to keep going unless it's just too bad. I gotta stop what I'm doing. What's this that Bart reported Nolan missing at 10 that night? I haven't heard that yet. I didn't hear nothing about Bart reporting him missing. I know that allegedly Warren made these calls and stuff, but I'm not really sure about when and how. So we started this live stream pretty much talking about the lawsuits that's happening and all of this stuff. And we know former teammate Bart Edmondson Jr. says he is suing an influencer. Hold on, so let me see. So former teammate Bart Edmondson says he's suing an influencer, according to multiple reports published today. Bart Edmondson Jr., a former Ocean Springs High School football teammate of Nolan Wells and current University of Wyoming punter, has retained the attorney Russ Latino, which I seen him posting before I heard that he was his attorney. So Latino says Bart intends to pursue defamation claims against influencer Kimbrough Lee after social media posts allegedly implied Bart was involved in Nolan's demise. So the attorney says Bart has received a credible death threat. The FBI, state and local law enforcement's were notified about the threat. Bart was never identified as a suspect by investigators. Bart voluntarily provided investigators access to his boat, GPS data, phone, and witness information. According to the attorney, rumors claiming Bart had a romantic connection with Katie McCormick or a motive to harm Nolan are false. Nolan Wells' family is preparing a civil lawsuit. Okay, so we're going to get into that. So, yeah, so they got a name on it now. Like I didn't have a name before. Let me see. Who is this person? Kimbra, K-Y-M Bra. Hold on, let's see if I could. Okay, so based on publicly available information, Kimbra Lee is a New Orleans-based content creator, commentator, and attorney by training. She publicly identifies herself as holding DJ and LLM degrees. She has built a significant online following through commentary on crime cases and other topics. I don't know this creator. Let me see. Kimbra has published numerous videos, live streams, and social media posts discussing the case and advocating for what she describes as justice for Nolan. She has publicly stated that she met with Nolan's parents, attorney Ben Crump, and their legal team before a press conference. She has shared theories and analysis involving GPS data, Life 360 information, and timelines surrounding Nolan. Hold on, because I'm trying to look her up on another. Look, I'm trying to look her up on another device and reading on another one. So let me see what I can see. Kimbra. Hold on. Wait, what? Surely it can't be her. With 74 subscribers. Hold on. Wait. Hold on, y'all. Maybe she ain't on YouTube. Yeah, I don't think she on YouTube. Let me keep reading. She has publicly stated that she met Nolan Wells' parents, Ben Crump, attorney Ben Crump, and their legal team before a press conference. She has shared theories and analysis involving GPS data, Life 360 information, and timelines concerning his disappearance. So the recent legal news is that Bart Jr., a former teammate of Nolan Wells, through his attorney, has announced an intention to file a defamation lawsuit against Kimbra Lee. According to Bart's attorney, the lawsuit is based on allegations that online statements falsely implicated Bart in Nolan's demise and resulted in threats against him. As of now, this has been announced publicly, but a court judgment has not been made and allegations in the dispute have not been adjudicated. So the verified facts, the lawsuit has been announced. A statement made by Bart's attorney. Okay. Yeah, so we gonna keep our eye on that one. But let me look somewhere else. Maybe I could find her somewhere else. Let's see. If not, I will be looking for her when I get off of here to see. I mean, but actually, I don't know what kind of creator this is. Did she take it down, or is she just standing on business? I don't know. Yeah, it's other Kimbra. Oh, wait, is this her? Oh, I think this is the one that everybody be giving her a lot of credit. Hold on, let's see.
For those of you who may not know me, let me introduce myself. I'm Kimberly. I'm a former law professor with the JDLLM, a musical artist, a comedian, and a racial relations pioneer in the South. Now, I have been investigating the medical examiner, Dr. Stacy Turner in Mississippi, and I have already found that she has been responsible for misreporting the homicides of 2 Black men chased by police.
Okay, that is definitely her. She's on Instagram. Oh, this is the one that I've been hearing people.
Okay, guys, it's time to seriously ask the question.
Okay, yeah. That's the one. She still got it up, y'all. She still got it up.
These motherfucking kids would have called the Coast Guard at 11 p.m. because that boy was already dead by then.
Oh, Lord, let me not get sued. Hell. But yeah, that's her. That's her. Kimberly. Oh, Kimberly. But I think she's on Facebook, because I think this is the one that's able to find people really fast and all that stuff. Let me just take a look right quick. Oh, it's on now. Okay. Wait, what is he saying? Hold on.
Well, my question is, what is it going to take? What is it actually going to take for some arrests to be made in this situation? You see this photo right here? Nolan fucking Well. My question is, what is it going to take? What is it actually going to take for some arrests to be made in this situation? You see this photo right here?
Then they went and dumped the body and cleaned the boat.
Oh, shoot. Allegedly. That was Kimberly that broke in on that. Wait, let me go. Hold on. I'm just looking to see if she on Facebook for y'all too, for the people that be on Facebook. I'm almost positive I think I've heard Secret Service Sam mention her before. Hold on. Let's see, Kimbra Lee. I wonder if she's saying anything about this.
We ready, baby.
Hold on, boy. She got a lot going on. Hold on. Yep, she is on Facebook. So I think this is mostly where it is. She posted 8 hours ago. Hold on. She got hold on, what she said. She said, now here's the problem we face. We have no idea if it's being released now, if what's being released now is fabricated. Allegedly, this is the entire report of the missing person who alleges that Nolan's mom called at 11:45. And it was in fact not Warren. According to this document, if we are to assume it's authentic, it also states they last saw Nolan with an unidentified male, not a female. More on this later. What? I'm gonna grab this, but I am not about to read this because I do not know where this came from. I'm gonna have to look at the documents I have. It's a Marine Patrol, but I'm gonna have to look at it looked different than the documents I have, so I'm gonna have to look to see. Somebody could have created this mess to cause issues, especially with it saying something different than what we know. I'm not about to read that one. Not right now, especially with what's going on. They are hiding something. There's more reason to why they don't want this publicly. It's not about Nolan. If my suspicions are right, it's bigger. Why do they think Mississippi is really gonna do here? Wait, I wanted to see if she's saying anything about this lawsuit. Maybe she don't know yet. Maybe I think they do a cease and desist first, don't they? Just because someone got arrested for a fight like y'all kids were doing on Horn Island. Hold on. If these are the people on the boat, identify each one of them, she said 9 hours ago. She taking a mental break.
I just want to tell you I have a lot of shit to do today, like in my real life. So I'm not going to be like on the internet all day today. So, my content will be coming, I'm trying to take a mental health break and get everything sorted around my house and stuff. So, I just need like a mental health break from all this bullshit because I've literally not slept like since all of this happened. And it's just getting ridiculous now. And I just need to just not look at this for a day so I can come back with like fresh eyes.
So maybe she ain't seen this.
What to do next.
Wait.
I just want to tell you I have a lot of shit to do
Wait,
today.
what? Don't tell me she ain't been on the day that her name is in the news. Wait, what? Hold on. Oh, hell no. Let's get her on up out of there. Hold on. Don't tell me she took a mental health break and don't notice. Baby, hold on now. I'm going to have to look a little bit more into this when I'm not live. Wait, let me see. Hold on. I'm trying to find. Oh, I see. Okay. Oh, she got that. She has that list that I was talking about too. So I have just ran across a list that had everybody picture on it and has their parents where they work at and wait, if they're yeah, I ain't putting this up. Hold on. It says this is every person involved in Gramps and Bart's boat. An A+ student finally did his homework. Make sure the facts are correct. Oh, I seen this on a different platform. So she the one that's posting this. Yeah, hold on. I don't know who typed that out. Yeah. I think this is the lady that I heard she like tell people to go find somebody, go find such and such, and she'll find out everything about you and stuff. Let me see if Secret Service Sam is saying anything about it, because I heard her name, I think, through him. Alleged proof that original photo was. Hold on. This just posted 16 minutes ago. Hold on. Let's see what he's saying.
Xavier Wells update. Now, this is Sam here with a Nolan Xavier Wells update. Now, this is crazy because Officer Race Batum Tatum allegedly just posted a video which he says shows Nolan on the 4th of July near, the guy's name who rhymes with fart, his boat, showing Warren there on that day, showing them all there on that day at 4th of July. But here's the kicker, is people have figured this out, is that the original photo of them on the boat where they're sitting there with alcohol and this and that, Nolan's in the blue trunks, they were trying to say that was not from the 4th of July. But now, thank you to the brilliant creators and internet sleuths on here, they have pinpointed in that video that Officer Race Batum Tatum just shared that you can tell that Warren allegedly is wearing the same color shorts in that picture. So showing that that picture was actually from the 4th of July. And all I have to say, man, they keep showing their ass, keep showing it, lawyer up all you guys want, but we're just reporting what you're sharing, and your behavior stinks. It stinks.
Exactly.
It seems guilty. Again, I've said this all along. If this were accidental, the racists in Mississippi, it would have been the first thing they would have said and told us all. But no, because this is still alive, this tells us there is something wrong. And also another message. Stay away from Christine Walmsley and Nolan Wells' family. All you sick people going on her business profile, giving her 1-star review saying you don't trust her, is disgusting behavior.
Yep.
This is a woman who just lost her son, and shame on you guys. Secret Service Sam Out Sampson for president of the world.
Yeah, shout out to Secret Service Sam. They definitely threatened her. I've been seeing that all over the over social media. Well, giving her, not threatening her, but giving her fake 1-star reviews, talking about they gonna change providers. They don't feel safe with her taking care of them and all of this kind of stuff. And it's just a bunch of people gaslighting because they already know what's gonna happen. Yeah, they already know. Let me see. Wells claim address. Yeah, so this is the other one that I didn't say, but this is oh wow. So they got a GoFundMe up for the lady that did the freaking video, y'all. The lady that cleared the editing. Apparently she's married to a woman, and so her wife came on and said a few words in her defense. And wait, going live. Oh, he went live. Hold on. Yeah, I gotta get the rest of this information. Well, subpoena social media companies. Let's see what he's saying. Hold on.
Sam here for a Nolan Xavier Wells update. This just in, Christine Walmsley has just sent out subpoenas to TikTok, to Instagram, to Meta, Facebook. They're obviously owned by Meta, Instagram, and Facebook, to get Nolan's social media accounts. We can open it up, see messages, possibly maybe get deleted items that maybe some people might have deleted on the phone. Allegedly, we don't know. But I just wish her the best. I want nothing but justice for this family. And this is huge that she is taking action to get into those social media accounts, to get any bit of information that could lead us to clues of what happened that day. Who knows if he had videos that he took that were erased, and hopefully we'll be able to get information on that. Let's hope she subpoenas Snapchat as well, because we know from what she said in his phone that the 24 hours of when he was missing and on Horn Island, there is no snaps. And she said that is not like him to not have been taking videos during.
And we ain't buying it at all. We definitely believe that he was taking pictures because everybody else was out there taking pictures. And look at the videos that's circulating right now that proves that people were taking pictures. So what I was gonna say about the lady who did the she corrected the footage or whatever, cleared the footage, right, of the Ceto dispatch call. Her name was Janetta Brantley. And so they have now started a GoFundMe because she's getting all kind of threats and everything. People then posted her old mug shots and all kind of stuff. So let me see what they saying. She posted this last night, and Secret Service Sam shared it. So last night, the GoFundMe that was created on my behalf was removed. Oh my God, they retaliating. The notice we received stated it violates their terms of service, citing fraudulent, inaccurate, misleading, or dishonest content. In response, my wife Ashley created a give, send, go instead. To everyone who reached out asking how you can support us as we continue navigating the backlash, the harassment, the doxing, and we've been experiencing. You can now do so by clicking a link in the comments. These funds will be used to obtain legal counsel and security. Your kindness, encouragement, prayers, and support means more than words can express. We truly appreciate every single one of you for standing with us. Thank you. And as always, justice for Nolan. Man, listen, when this woman did this, she had no idea that this was going to happen. Damn. Her goal is $5,000, and so far she ain't raised a dime. Well, this is screen. Hold on. This ain't. Wait. Never mind. Let me go to the link. I can't see the link, but I don't know, man. That's messed up because I know that she wasn't thinking that this was about to lead to that at all. Let me go here. She had no idea that this was about to happen. And then she just shared something from TMZ. She said, TMZ, can you please chill with the mislabeling? Friends won't have done whatever was done. So she's still talking. This was 3 hours ago. She shared a picture from she shared TMZ. And TMZ says in details, Nolan Wells' friends is lawyering up and denying claims he unalived him over a girl. And so she's saying, TMZ, can you please chill with the mislabeling? Friends wouldn't have done whatever was done to Nolan and definitely wouldn't have tried to cover it up. Let's be real. We are tired of y'all playing in our face. It's getting blatantly disrespectful now. And he denies unaliving him over a girl and something. But wow. So she ain't backing down. She's still standing 10 toes down. And she shared somebody that is talking about her. Somebody said, I am my sister Jeanette Brantley's keeper. You mess with one, you mess with all. This is a call to action. My sister, it's time to rally and stand up and unite on her behalf. Stand for something if you don't stand at all. Stand for something or don't stand at all. I'm sorry. Everyone, here's the link. So she's giving a send go thing. Hold on.
Something on behalf of one of my sisters, Miss Janetta Brantley. If you don't know who she is, please look her up. She was a young lady who did the audio adjustment from the CTO, from the Nolan Wells audio that was released. So I'm coming on here to say Miss Sarah Fields took it upon herself to try to discredit this young lady for bringing light and awareness on behalf of Nolan Wells and his family. You know, when we think about what modern day, how do I say this without getting flagged? Modern day sheep walkers, or so-called Christian people who attack someone's character because they had a background to try to discredit them speaks volumes. But yet and still the same person who's trying to overshadow one's character also has a background. I need the people who really want justice in this case to make sure you make it a point to push forward the things that need to be brought to light. Because we're living in a society where people will run with a false narrative of what is facts. Sad day and time, but it's happening.
Okay,
But
let me
now I
go
feel
on.
like-
Let me see. 4 hours ago, she said, please correct any blog or creators you see sharing the wrong image with my name. Oh my God. We are not the same person. I do not support, admire, love, and appreciate. Oh, I do support, admire, love, and appreciate Miss Selena Charles, though. Man, they are posting Selena Charles as her. That's what they thought. Like, so, okay, so Selena Charles is the auntie of, it was a kid that was found face down in a sugarcane field. And she actually spoke at the press conference that the parents were in when they were at the NAN. She stood up, she spoke at the end of it, and she was crying because she can relate to their story. And so I guess that people have been mistaken Selena Charles for Janetta Brantley. And I did read that because they said something that came from the attorney. Right? I thought I just read that from... Anyway, I just read that she was a with the family or something like that. She was just seen with the family at the press conference or whatever. That is Selena Charles. So anyway, 5 hours ago, Selena Charles posted a picture of both of them. And she said, some news outlets are getting it wrong. I am Miss Selena Charles, a national civil rights advocate. And I had the opportunity to interview Mrs. Janetta Brantley, the audio engineer whose work has become part of the public conversation surrounding the Nolan's case. Right before you reply on secondhand reports, take the time to hear directly from the source. Transparency matters, and so does accuracy. So please like, comment, and most importantly, share this post so more people can hear the interview for themselves and make informed decisions based on facts. Okay. So thank you, everyone who continues to support. Okay. So anyway, she just said she got both of their names on there. She made a flyer. Some news media outlets are getting it wrong. I'm Selena Charles, who interviewed her, and then she's just separating who they are. What? Okay. So then that interview is on her page.
Tell her to add.
Let's see.
With a lot of my people on social media, and I'm more purposed, and let me see how I say this. Else, okay, somebody said we can hear you both. I don't know why it's so low on my end.
She looked like she'd been crying or stressed out.
First and foremost, we want to thank you for being here. We appreciate you. We appreciate your talent. You are most definitely Black excellence. Thank you, ma'am. Yes. Someone sent me, several people sent me your video. And of course, I've been busy. I've been boots on the ground for Nolan. And sometime yesterday, I decided to look at the video and listen to it. And I was really shocked.
Hold on.
And I was surprised at, what you did, So I was like, I have to reach out to her so we could have this conversation. I'm more of a people person. Like, I'm more boots on the ground. Like, I like to interact with my people. I'm more like a individual, kind of like in a normal realm. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah. So I just felt that it was a need for me to actually speak to you myself. I interact with a lot of my people on social media, and I'm more purpose, and let me see how I say this. I'm more like down to earth, like with my people. Like, it's not about publicity. It's about, this is what's going on. This is what's happening. And sometimes the people that, we don't have these big major platforms to whereas, we can be seen or noticed or heard. So for the people that do follow me and do follow my work,
I'm about to pull it up, y'all.
I'm more on.
I'm gonna pull it up so y'all can also go check out Selena Charles on Facebook for the people that are on Facebook. Hold on, let me see what they talking about here. But I'm gonna fast forward this.
Okay. We appreciate your talent. You are most definitely Black excellence.
Thank
Yes,
you.
ma'am.
Likewise.
Yes. For the people that do follow me, and so I want you to tell me, like, what made you decide to, like, use your skills and dig deep into enhancing this audio.
I'm not even gonna lie. I woke up one morning, I posted it last night, right? So when I woke up yesterday morning, I saw that the audio had been released and I hadn't heard it because I do this amongst other things for a living, like full time. And so when I finally just, press play and listen to it, I was hearing those things like off top. They were already standing out to me, and let it be that it's because I do this for a living. Like the majority of my job is literally cleaning up dialogue and sound designing and scoring music or whatever the case may be. I have trained ears. Like, I literally went to school. I have a bachelor's in music production, and in that I was taught and trained how to listen for certain things.
I don't know how to.
So I don't know if that's what it was, but those things actually stood out to me. And it bothered me that I heard that and that this was publicly released audio that was released to the world. And so when I heard it, I was like, I know I'm not.
Oh, so you just tap on it. I'm looking for the freaking button. Okay. So this was this was before all of the backlash. So I thought that this was something after to see what she was saying. But this is before. But I also want y'all to check out Selena Charles because she is following the family and has a closer connection with them. She was actually in Mississippi, the funeral and all this kind of stuff. So you can find her on Facebook under Miss Selena Charles. And I found out about her through the loss of her nephew, and she was advocating for him. And she reminded me of Emmett Till's mother, because she was at the coroner's office and she was standing next to him and showed his body, showed everything. And it was horrific. I'll never forget those images. But yeah, you probably could find that right on her Facebook page. But I'ma still listen. It's not that long.
Tripping, but why hasn't anybody been arrested off of this audio alone? Because I know that if I heard this without any cleaning, I know that there has to be thousands, if not tens of millions of people that also heard the same thing. And that alone bothered me. And so I made a post about it, just basically giving my professional opinion based off of what I heard before I cleaned it. And I did in that same post mention that I was going to clean it. Me and my wife and two dear good friends, we actually went out on a little I would say athletic adventure that morning. And so I was out just enjoying myself. And when I got back in, I checked my notifications and I noticed that there were a few people that were like, hey sis, we waiting on this clean audio. And it had already been on my mind. And since I had already said I was going to do it, I went ahead and sat down and started doing it. And that alone, just me hearing it that morning and hearing what I heard before cleaning it is what kind of lit the fire under me to go ahead and finish that, like actually follow through with what I said I was going to do anyways. And then I really wanted to hear if I can hear anything more than what I heard on the surface. I wanted to see if there was something more underneath that, especially with the music being at the beginning of that call. I really wanted to see what was going on before Vicky even got on the phone and answered. And so that's where the wants and the will to want to clean that up came from, because it bothered me that it was released and nobody had been arrested off top.
Wow. What was your, like, what were you feeling whenever you actually made out the words?
Whew. It was honestly like, you know, like you're watching a movie or you're watching a show and you've been invested into this character, and now you see that this character is almost not going to make it, and now you kind of like, you're being emotionally pulled with that character. It was one of those feelings, like it hit hard, like it hit so hard when the moment I realized one of the females said, "Can we cover it up?" It's like I felt my stomach felt knots. And at this point I had my headphones on and the volume was, I didn't even have the volume loud, but I heard what I heard. And this was before I did any cleaning. At this point I had did some subtractive EQ. But when I heard that, "Can we cover it up?" I remember like in that moment, I was like, I know you not like, for what did she just say? And I leaned back, and my wife was next to me because she's just my greatest motivation. She's like, will inspire me to do it. Like, you have the skill set, so just do it. And so most of the times when I was hearing these things, before I would say what I thought I heard, I would take the headphones off and play it on my loudspeaker monitors. And I'd say, "Hey, babe, listen to this and tell me what you hear." And so that's what I did. And while I was doing that, what I'm hearing is not even what my wife is hearing. So when I played it loud, she's like, "Well, no, I just heard you killed him." And I was like, "Wait, what?" And she said, "Wait, no, did she just say you killed him?" And then she pointed at the WAV file that was actually on the screen. Like she literally pointed to where that dialogue was being said. And she was like, "I think she just said you killed him." And so because of all of that was literally like the first 7 seconds, I was like, this is, it was tough. It was really tough even getting through them. That was a tough 37 seconds. Just being honest.
At the beginning of the audio, I read your transcript, and I also heard where someone made a statement about covering it up. Can you explain that statement, please?
Yeah, that.
Let me pull it up. I have it right here.
No, because she said it, and what really made me, I think what kind of made my blood boil, I remember getting hot. I had to pause and kind of just get in my phone and do other things, just to take my mind off of it. It was the, "Can we cover it up?" Yeah, I thought all about that. The other female that co-signed it almost immediately, not even a fifth of a second after she said, "Can we cover it up?" Yeah, I thought all about that.
That's crazy. Did y'all hear that? Because I didn't hear that at first, but I did hear people talking about it. It's a lot of different versions of it now. So yeah, if you haven't got a chance to yet, y'all, please smack the thumbs up. Support the channel with your thumbs up. That's all I ask. It helps to get the video circulating, let more people know that we are live over here. So please smack the thumbs up. Thank you for the people that are hitting the thumbs up. I do see that the number is moving. So, but we have so many votes. Like, we have 359 thumbs up and we have 738 votes. Let's see. So the question is, did you hit the like button? Yes, of course, at 61%, and doing it now at 39%. But so we should have 739 thumbs up. So I definitely feel slighted over here. So if you have not smacked the thumbs up, please do. And I greatly appreciate you. Let me see. What am I looking for? Oh, that's crazy.
What in the fuckity fuck 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 fuckity fuck fuck
Wow. Join Sleuth Nation membership and become a sleuth for special members emojis, special badges by your name, and sneak peek videos. Please subscribe and press that notification bell and thumbs up. Thank you for sharing me. Thank you for sharing me. Thank you for sharing me. For sharing me. For sharing me. For sharing me. Thank you for so much.
Was giving everybody some time to get that thumbs up. So thank you to everybody that did. I know people forget.
Which is why when I created the video, I capitalized the word all.
Mm-hmm.
It was
Yeah, I see
emphasis
that.
on the word all.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, this is crazy. So off top, they had already done something wrong, and they were already thinking about how to cover it up. If they can cover it up, one, it was already asked, can we cover this up? So in my opinion, they have to have, it's privilege. They have to know or have someone in their family, or just they have to know people that can even help cover that up, for that to even come on their minds.
What do you think about the dispatcher, Miss Vicky? Do you think she heard any of that in the background?
I think she did, and I think I don't. I'm trying to be mindful, because I honestly don't know what she may have made out of that, or what she may have really heard, but I know that she heard the commotion. I know that she heard the name Nolan being yelled out. That was loud and clear. Rather, in hindsight, she didn't know what was going on, or this situation, or who any of those people were. I know for a fact that she did hear those very clear things that everyone heard, even before I did any cleaning. She tried to give grace when she mentioned to the captain, when she connected to the captain, that, they're all kids, they're all
a bunch of kids, yeah,
and things like that. And I think that's where her leniency came from. But ultimately, I really think she dropped the ball so bad, because at the end of the day, they called for Cito International because the boat was sinking. And so if someone's calling you saying the boat was sinking, and I think I made a mistake, I don't know if that was Warren or Wyatt actually on the phone, but they mentioned that the boat was sinking twice in that same call. Like, the boat is sinking. And so if someone is telling you, and then you believe that they are under 18, that should invoke some type of urgency to do something about it. Whether the grandfather said that they no longer needed assistance or not, something should have been done there to ensure that these kids, because in her mind they were under 18, something should have, red flag should have went off that these kids need to be saved. If the boat is sinking, it's gonna sink eventually. And so, yeah.
I noticed your post.
Yeah, I was thinking that she is acknowledging them as kids, but don't never mention that his voice, he's slurring, and it sounds like they've been drinking. Like, because anybody could have noticed that. It's like she just failed to mention that. I thought that was odd too.
Post with the video of your enhancements to the audio. I noticed that it got a lot of shares and a lot of comments. How do you feel about that? Because now your work, I don't know what your work was like before as far as an exposure, but now people are like, oh, this woman right here, she's she's the one, she did this. So how do you feel about it?
I'm honestly surprised. My wife said she kind of felt like that was going to happen because of the nature of the situation, but I'm so blown away by it. I did not know what was going to happen to the capacity that it is happening. I just saw not too long ago that Don Lemon played it on his show tonight, and so I just wanted to help. Like, Nolan could have easily been my cousin, my brother, my nephew, my family, just anybody, and that's literally what made me hop in and do what I did. And so I this is just surprising that it went as far and as grand as it did.
I also noticed you shared a post.
Now I do wonder how she feeling now. I mean, I know I see that she's still talking about the case when I just went to her page, but I just wonder because if she didn't think that that was gonna blow up, she probably didn't think that she would receive all the hate that she's receiving. She probably didn't even think about that.
Or I can't remember if you shared the post or you made the post. I think you made it though, about Miss Christine Wansley, the mother of Nolan. She has been being attacked on regarding her job. How do you feel about that?
I think it's disheartening, it's disgusting, it's so many things wrong about the entire situation as a whole. As a mother who just lost her son, the last thing anybody should be doing is trying to discredit her reputation and her career, because her career has nothing to do with her losing her son first and foremost. But for that to even happen while she hasn't even been actively working is diabolical. That's my heart goes out to the Wells family, because I just hate that this is the life we live. Like,
well, I'm not going to keep you long. I just wanted to get some information from you, give you your flowers, and if there was anything that you can tell Miss Wansley and Mr. Wansley and the people, what would you?
Well, there that is, y'all. I wasn't even expecting to run across that. But so she should do an update. Let's see what's happening to her and stuff. Obviously, she need money and stuff. She did the only thing I know, the freaking GoFundMe got taken down as fraudulent spam, whatever they said. So I wonder if it was any money there. Maybe not, but I'll share the link anyway if somebody want to donate to her, help her out. And let's see. She had no idea the hate would. I bet she didn't, and I bet she didn't, because she had no idea that she would even get the attention that she got. And so she was told by the captain what to do. She did it. I don't know about Vicky, man. And so yeah, so I am trying to understand, if the grandfather's conversation will come out that he had, or was that on a private line and is not documented. And what made the grandfather say they didn't need help? What changed that quick? Who called him and let him know what was going on, because he wasn't there? And so we've been here for way too long. But shout out to the 116 that's still tuning in. So y'all, please make sure y'all connect to the channel, set all notifications so you know next time we go live. And I do plan on going live tomorrow, because I want to get through Warren's part, because I haven't broken it down. And shoot, I'll see y'all in the next one. We want to know, but find the truth will mean going down the rabbit hole of corruption. Yep, we see what it is. I mean, we see how fast Carmelo Anthony got to where he's at. Look, the grandpa called the fixer. Man, wow. Things were already in play when Cito called the captain. Yep. I think the whole call was a play. And I said that from the beginning. It was just a mark that there was an issue. But for the body to be found in the same location is wild to me. I mean, it really is. Because he was in the water 1 minute, and then he was found right there. Like, it just makes no sense unless it do, like what everybody else is saying. But okay, so I see now who they're going after, and what that person is saying. So y'all can go check that out. I'm gonna stay on the reports. I'm gonna stay on it to see what's going on with everything moving. So anyway, let me get up out of here, y'all. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. Please be sure to like, share, and subscribe to my channel. Make this go viral. Smack this thumbs up on the way out, y'all. Thank you, Charmaine. Shout out to the 764 voters. But y'all didn't hit that thumbs up, though. Shout out to Dixie.
Lock his ass up. Lock his ass up. You going to jail. You going to jail. Lock his ass up. Lock his ass up. You going.
That's what we should be looking at, some arrests. But we'll see what happened, y'all. But until next time, peace and love, y'all. We out.